Welcome and good evening, everyone, to Mikey's Suzanne channel. This is topic time. We run every Friday night around this time, usually about 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm sorry for the late start. Suzanne and I, we had some dinner, so we're good now. We're pretty full, and it's good to see everyone. And before I give my normal disclaimer, just let you guys know, we appreciate that you do have lots of choices out there in YouTube and StreamYard to check out and chat and join streams and panels if you'd like. But we appreciate that if you come here and watch us, and we got a watcher already, thank you. Uh, we know that you'll enjoy yourselves. We value everyone's opinions. We do not talk down to anyone. And we hope that maybe with some chat that we do here about different random topics which concern us, all of us, that we might be able to resolve something maybe in the future. But like I said again, I'm sorry for starting so late this evening. I know it was like 10 minutes, and I moved it up to 9:15 just in case because I wasn't sure uh, how long I would finish um, getting ready. But I think we're all set. Hey, Resolute Germ, good to see you. Okay, while we're getting ready, let's just go through the chats real quick here. Gap After Dark was in. He said, "Hey, Mikey." He said hello to all. Good to see you, Gap. And I told him hello, Gap, and welcome. Also, hi, Lemon. Back when we were kind of running late, so I said we'll start in about 15 minutes or so. So we're starting now. So we're not, yeah, we're pretty much on time. We're only like 3 minutes early. I'm just finishing up dinner. Lemon Pie said he'll be in later. And I said, okay, Lemon, take your time, sir. And said, good to see you. And Sue says, hello, Lemon. Hi, Mikey. Hi, Susan. We'll begin soon, so we have started. And of course, we have our friend Resolute Germ is here. Good to see you, Resolute. And Gap After Dark's here. Hey, Lemon, Pie, and Resolute Germ. So we are caught up on the chat. Okay. We're having some minor technical difficulties, so I apologize. Okay. Doesn't look like it wants me to copy the StreamYard address. Okay, that's weird. Huh. All right, well, we'll try to get to it here as soon as we can. We start seeing more people come in. We'll try to. I might just have to reset myself. All right, I'll be right back. Not sure why it's doing that. Right. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to reset myself. Okay, right there is the StreamYard link. Any of our topic time co-hosts that come into the chat, there's a StreamYard gentleman, and also for Leah Liz, if she comes in. Hello, Rexverse, Wolf Pinky Sat, Marinity. Don't hack. Good to see you. Yes. Hi, everyone. It's September. Also, congrats on 100 subscribers, Mikey. Yes, thank you so much, Rexverse. Appreciate that. It's all gravy from here. Once I made the 100 mark, I was just totally happy with that, and it keeps fluctuating back and forth. It's not a big deal. I kind of enjoy it. So yes, thank you to the 100 subscribers to this channel, and the over 150 that we have on my previous channel, Warlord Fate. Ah, excuse me. So I know it's a late start, kind of a slow start to our topics time this evening. I apologize again for that. Also, I do want to let you know that I always put a disclaimer. The disclaimer being that I am in a satellite position outside of Toronto, and so it's very hard for me to keep my mic going, and staying connected to Streamyard because I have Wi-Fi, but we don't have a link. We're in a black zone. I found that out. I was trying to check on Starlink.com, and they told us that we're in a black zone. So we're kind of left in the dark, so to speak. So I'm gonna do the best I can, like I've done in previous streams. Do the best I can, but if I do fall out, I apologize. I'll just reset, come back. While I reset, if any of my co-hosts are here, I'll let them take over. Also, my wife, so she'll be able to let you guys know how long. Yeah, sometimes I may not talk right away, so I might drop out for a few seconds. Um, Please excuse the silence that goes on during that time. I just don't like to go robotic and have it go back and forth, kind of go in and out. So okay, so the oh, looks like we lost two people. I'm sorry. Okay, well, there we go. Got somebody back. Thank you. Okay, so the first topic we can talk about, of course, everybody knows about the writer strike. I think the sticking point is still the fact that an actor or actress's intellectual property, that being their likeness, uh, their persona, everything about them, is being jeopardized by uh, technology that CGI created, and that directors and producers want to use more AI to replace actual human beings and save costs because their companies are losing money. At least that's the general consensus. Now, most people would rather have this writer's strike end in a stalemate and with nobody resolving anything, which is fine. I mean, for some people. But for others who, like Daniel and myself, who really would like to see a few good movies get a chance, get out there before the strike shuts down and cripples everyone. Uh, yeah, that's the thing I'm worried about. So, hello, Jim's Landscape. Yes, it's good to see you. Hello, sir. Yes, here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Yes. Well, that's Deja Vu. That's our youngest child. She's going to turn 3 in December, December 1st, no less. So about 3 more months. Yeah, Jim's Landscape, LLC #1 Commodore Productions. He has some good pet videos, doggies, puppies, cats, all sorts of good stuff. He also does some sci-fi stuff as well. Rexverse has great gaming videos on his channel as well. Resolute Germ does great stuff with my friend Gorilla's Random Thoughts. So check out their streams when they're going. Lemon Pie, of course, is my best moderator, and he helps out on a lot of my streams, as well as my beautiful wife Suzanne, who comes in as Moon Pie and Deja Vu's mom. So, yes, Star Trek fan films. That's what I said. Sci-fi. Yeah, I like them. I do, Jim. Hold on a second. Yeah, StreamYard's having some issues tonight, so please bear with me. Bear with us. Star Trek fan films. Yes, Jim. They're awesome. You do some good fan films. He's doing a thing, I believe, on the Ferengi right now, so it's worth checking out. Yes, so that's our issue with the writer's strike. It's going to keep going until both sides can compromise on the integrity of future films with actors and actresses, and writers needed to come up with more creative uh, stories that don't use so much CGI but can also use practical and special effects. But you see, a lot of studios want to take uh, a cheaper road, and since they feel like computer technology is as advanced as it is now with CGI, then they want to do something about it and they want to use it more. Like that de aging technology they used in Indiana Jones 5, The Dial of Destiny. Yes, similar to that. Okay. All right. So Jim says there's four or five more episodes on Ferengi Repair. Okay. Oh, hi. Hello, Mikey. Hi, Suzanne Epstein. Good to see you. Welcome to our channel and welcome to Topic 9, number 6. Yeah, we're having a few technical difficulties tonight, so please bear with us, okay, Suzanne? My wife Suzanne also says hello to you. Yeah, Jim says hello. Jim says hi. Lemon Pie says hiya. Good to see you. Yeah, we got 4 people in the watching us tonight on the channel. So thank you. Appreciate you 4 people here. Like I said, I know there's other choices, but I love the fact that you guys are here and I appreciate your endorsement and your support. And I don't need any support. It's just knowing that I've got friends, I got people that care. And Suzanne says, tell my Suzanne that she says hello and hope she is well. Oh, thank you so much, Suzanne. That's very appreciated. And Gap says hello, or she says hello to Gap. And Resolution to hello, Resolution. And Lemon says, hi, Suzanne, Jim, Rex, and Gap. Yeah, thank you, Lemon Pie. And Miss Eckstein also says hello to Rex. Hello, Rex. Rex first. We're getting the highest going tonight. That's awesome. Hey, Germ, Lemon says. Okay, so if I see Daniel's Hot Topics come in, one of my co hosts, maybe he'll give us some more information about the writers. But for now, as I said, it's at a stalemate and we don't know what's going to happen in the future. All we do know is that we have to keep watching um, news on it. I don't know if I trust a lot of the news media, and since we don't get a lot of information up here from the States by way of news links, which I found out the other night. Yeah, thanks, my PM. Thanks for that. Yeah, it's kind of hard to know what's going on. That's why we watch YouTube. We keep track of YouTube. Facebook will do some things. Once in a while, and show some videos and let us know what's happening. Thank you for your patience. Yeah, once again, when it goes out, I really don't have much choice. I have to wait till others say something, and then I can come back in. Uh, Again, I'm doing the best I can, so I appreciate all of your patience and understanding. So, anyway, uh, what I see lately is a lot of attack on media, and maybe justifiably so because they're hiding a lot of things. But uh, yeah, I wish a lot of these news outlets and so forth were more forthcoming. It's really hard to say at this point. I'm trying to decide between a beer or a wine. Good choice, Lemon. If you have a 6 pack, I'd say beer. But if you have a red or white wine, I'd say go with the wine. So let me know what you think, or which one you choose on, or let us all know. Because I don't do any more drinking. My lovely wife stopped me from drinking 8 years ago, and I'm pretty proud of that. So. But yeah, I mean, based on my general experience, Lemon, you know, I'd say that's up to you. Oh, wow, good one, Lemon. A six pack. How do you see? How did you see me shirtless? Just kidding. Oh, jeez. Yeah, you can bring that up if you want. I probably freaked out about half the chat when I accidentally put on my start cam and had my shirt off. Yeah, that was embarrassing. Probably never hear the end of that. I'm pretty sure, but that's all right. Yeah, I know you're kidding. It's cool, man. Don't worry about it. Like I said, we're probably just we'll hang out here for a little while. Wait to see if some of my other cohorts come, uh, co-host and brothers and sister, and see what we got going. Yeah, now like I was saying, we still have an issue with the question of media and how they're trying to control the flow that comes out. I know they've been doing that for a while, but you know what? It's really not beneficial for people not to know. I think it's very detrimental, and they need to be more forthcoming. But yet, they're controlled by other entities that don't want the whole truth to be out there, and I understand. I do. I get it. It's hard to it's hard to follow anything if it's blocked to you, if it's restricted. That was that was more of a joke at my own expense. Expense, yeah. Expense. No, it's all right, Lemon. Don't worry about it. Joke is a joke, right? It's not meant to hurt anyone. It's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah, looks like we got a very bad stream going on this evening. Huh, weird. Well, I still am very appreciative of the four people we have watching us now. So that's wonderful. I appreciate that. Definitely. Uh, let's see. Oh, yes. Okay. So the other day I did a quick webcam stream just to let you know about a movie that Suzanne and I had seen, which was the sequel to The Meg, which was out 5 years ago. And yesterday we went to see The Meg 2, which is The Trench, which specifically talks about the Marianas Trench. It was very good. I mean, you got to see a few more megalodons. You got to see some land-based prehistoric creatures that look like they're something out of a Komodo dragon, and you got to see the Kraken of all things. Can you believe that? Wow, yeah, that was a good movie. And we gave it 3 out of 5. Yeah, wasn't bad. Lemon says I had a light dinner, so I'll go beer. Uh, the beer route, yeah, wine is heavy on a light dinner. I might be passed out drooling on wine. Okay, well, go for the beer then, Lemon. Probably a really good choice. Yeah, we had a small dinner ourselves this evening. I had a egg sandwich, which I normally have on breakfast, but we had different eating earlier, and Suzanne went shopping. So I had an egg sandwich and some cheese puffs and some diet soda. Oh, and pickles. Pickles were awesome. Yeah, I'm a pickle eater. I love pickles. Okay, so we're still waiting on arrivals. See who else comes into the chat this evening. Well, I hope to be here for about at least 4 hours. If I go too far past that, then StreamYard might not let me do any more streams for a while. Because I'm only on the free plan, and they only give you 20 hours total. So plus they told me I've spent about 12 hours already. So I'm just trying to keep an eye out. Yeah, if we do go overboard tonight, then uh, you know, they won't shut me down until the stream ends, completely. So it may not come to that. It may be 4 hours, it may be 2 hours. I don't know. All I can gather is that uh, Gorilla might still be running his Walton stream with German, and PvP might be a part of that. So we'll just have to see what's happening. Let's see. The other thing we got going on is uh, gun violence. Daniel's Hot Topics let me know that there was a brutal murder of a kid, 12 years old, ended up in a dumpster. There was other incidents going on. Okay, Lemon, thank you. Yeah, they will be along later, they said. That's not a problem. Yeah, let them know I'm still going. I'm doing well. Yeah.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going, Daniel? Great to see you.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, just catching up here. I'm glad that you're here, buddy. And
Hmm.
Suzanne says hello.
Hello.
Gorilla wanted to pass on like expletives that you are streaming over him. He was kidding around. I know he was. Yeah, they'll be along later. They said hello, Daniel. And Lemon says hello, Daniel.
Hello, Lemon Pie.
Yeah, we're caught up. So I was about ready to talk about the gun violence you were talking about.
Hmm.
You want to go ahead and you want to go ahead and let me know what you found
Yeah.
out, and
Did you,
yeah, go ahead.
I heard, I read this too. Like, I think it was in Philadelphia. They found a kid, a 12-year-old kid, shot in the back of the head, and he was
Wow.
like in a dumpster. They dumped him, whoever dumped him.
Oh wow, that's sick.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look it up on Discord, so I apologize. But if it's still there, yeah, I'll read it.
Yeah, I gave it to you on Discord.
Yeah, okay, cool. Um, I guess I don't know if you heard, but I lost my Twitter account when Elon
Oh.
Musk turned into X. Yeah,
Mm,
so I don't have Twitter anymore. I guess not a big loss.
yeah.
uh, yeah, if anybody wants to put me on future panels, though, will have to become my friend on Facebook. So I said, okay, no problem. It's that or through Discord. So that's how I know Silver Wolf was through Discord. She put me on one or two of her panels, so we were talking. Trusty Ape Kevin. Yeah. So he's very cool. I like that guy. So yeah. So I mean, what is going on with uh, yours? Wasn't the only one I saw lately. I also heard that whole families are
Yeah,
getting slaughtered for no
yeah.
reason.
There was like a it was like a family. It was like a family that was slaughtered in their home, and like they just found like two kids, a mother and and a child, a mother and a father, just all dead in their house.
Right.
And I was just like, whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah. Professor says I should be on Discord. Well, I am on Discord, so but I don't go there all the time. I have it through Hero Wars. Um,
Mm.
is interactive online game I play um, by myself there with Facebook. So, oh, and welcome, Professor. By the way, appreciate seeing you here. So, Daniel, I'm down to exactly 100 subs.
Mhm.
I lost one. Not sure how, but that's all right. I, I'm happy I made it to at least 100. And yeah, Suzanne was the one who told me about that family. Uh, do you know what's going on, dude? Do you know what's happening?
No.
Jeez, it's scary. Uh, there was what was that place? What was that place, honey? You said where they had their first murder. Where was that one place you said where they had their first murder? That never had a
Uh,
murder there before. What was the name of the harbor? Oh, Victoria Harbor in Ontario. It's a very small town, Daniel. You might know it.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, Victoria Harbor in its past had never had a single crime. And one day they found a guy shot right behind his counter. Their first crime, their first murder in that town, Victoria Harbor, Ontario. Is that insane? There's
Yeah.
just there's just no safe place anymore, right? Seems that
No.
way. I mean, if the elite can burn down homes without any repercussions in Maui, and if they can set wildfires that you know can kill an entire town. I mean, Yellowknife, Northwest Territory is gone. It is gone. Every single person that was there, whoever was left, was shipped to Alberta, to Calgary, and I'm sure that PvP when he comes can tell you more. But it's just absolutely insane. I've never seen so much death go on. You know, when you told me about that kid, it just ripped my heart out. I mean, he's not going to get to go to school. He's not going to get to learn. Uh, you know, have relationships. It broke my
Yeah.
heart. Yeah,
Hmm.
it broke my heart. Um, well, let's try to go on a lighter note for a little bit. I did talk about the writers' strike. The outstanding issue is still about your likeness and your profile being given away to CGI technology. And the producers and directors are still trying to come up with a compromise. But the rest of the unions are saying no. They think that uh, that their intellectual property is integral to how they survive in the movie world and TV and you know. So it's not just movies; it's TV, it's radio, it's online media, social media and everything. They're trying to protect themselves. and at every turn they're being picked at, prodded, poked. And I know there's certain celebs that you don't want that to happen to them, and then of course maybe others that you probably don't care. Maybe in Resolute Germs he thinks that way, or some other people might think that way, which is fine by them if they want to think that way. That's totally cool. I'm not going to condemn them for thinking that way. However, that being said, uh, I wish and I hope and pray to get it done soon because I'd like to have, you and I would like to have Deadpool 3, but besides that, we'd like to have more, you know, more series that have integrity, you know, and better writers, of course. We still need better writers. So, and Brad Wolf is here. Hi, Brad Wolf 07. He says, "Hi, Mikey. I only have a few minutes before I have to start." Well, that's fine, Brad. So much coming by here. Daniel says hello. Suzanne says hello also. And Lemon Pie. We're all here. We're just waiting on the other guys to drop in, our other co-hosts for the evening. But I'm so glad Daniel's here. Uh, yeah. So Daniel, what's your take on it? And please,
What?
like I said, on the writer's strike. And like I said, if I drop out
The
and take
last
over,
one,
yeah,
the
on
last
this
one
one,
lasted 10 months, I hear,
yeah,
and I don't know. This one is about what 4 months in,
yeah, we're in, right, yeah.
so I don't know. Uh, I don't know. I hate it. I wish it ended. I wish it would end soon.
Yeah, that's a good point, Brad. Yeah, I agree. We need better writers. Quality is better than quantity. I think that both Daniel and I definitely agree on that. But I also think that the producers and directors could, in a way, limit the use of, taking their likeness. They could. There is a way of doing it. In fact, just to give you an idea of how good it can work, when Suzanne and I saw, just before you came in, Daniel, I mentioned Meg 2, The Trench. Well, it's been out since August 4th, so we finally got to see it last night. And it was a combination venture between American, British, Chinese, and uh, some writers and some people from Thailand that helped out. And there was a lot more uh, standard effects. There was more practical. There was more special and visual, and very less CGI. And I think that it was. I actually think it was probably a little bit better than the original Meg. The original Meg did have a lot to it, but this one was so much fun when the action got started. So it was more of an action film, which is why we gave it a 3 out of 5 stars. But because the dialogue and everything was plotting at the beginning. But this was a lot of fun. No, I just watching Jason Statham take on 4 megalodons, a kraken, and some land-based prehistoric mammals that looked like they were something out of Komodo dragons. Yeah, it was very cool. If you haven't seen it yet, Daniel, I'd say definitely, wait till Meg and Meg 2 both come out together and then get it on DVD because it was so much fun. And Professor says, "Hey, Brad Wolf." And Brad Wolf says, "Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing Meg 2. Just haven't had a chance yet. Definitely go and see it, Brad. If you like a lot of action, practical effects, less CGI, yeah,
Oh, I gave you
def-
another article. I gave you another article. Um,
okay.
I saw it. I saw it today on when I was
I
at
don't want to.
Wendy's. I was at Wendy's, and you know how Wendy's, like, they have like the news playing, and they have a bunch of news reports, and I like to watch the news and keep myself up to date as much as I can. It says it's like Germany. It says Germany charges a 98-year-old former Nazi camp guard with being an accessory to murder, and I'm
Yeah,
like, oh my god, the
all right.
these people are still around. I didn't think they were.
Yeah,
they're
Yeah,
still
still
hunting.
around.
They're still hunting down the concentration camp guards.
Yeah, you mean for from the past war,
Yeah,
World War Two?
from World War II.
Wow, and they're still breathing. Huh.
Yeah,
Interesting.
they're still around. They're hunting them down. They're still doing that.
Wow. Is that like from all of the previous concentration camps?
I think so.
Yeah, like Dachau, Auschwitz. Yeah, there's a lot of them. Uh, wow.
Yeah, it just really
That
sucks that like a 12-year-old kid gets shot in the back of the head and thrown in a dumpster, and they find him a few days later. But a 98-year-old concentration camp guard who killed a lot, because those people, they killed a lot of Jews, right? They killed a lot of Jews, and they
they
probably
did.
killed a lot of Americans who tried to free the Jews. And these
Yeah,
people are still those people are still kicking. They're still around. Some of them,
yeah.
at least.
That's what Brad was said to you. Wow, some are still alive. Yeah, which is insane. And yeah, that's surprising,
Yeah,
Daniel.
that is surprising, Brad Wolf.
Yeah, and it's and scary in a way because uh, as well and I'm sure Daniel knows, but I also know in Israel they have uh, a group, special group that goes on missions to find those that are still around that cause extermination of so many people, and they do their own personal missions against them. And it's like a form of the Mossad or like similar to the CIA, but still in secret. And there was a movie, I believe, came out some years ago called Argo. Argo followed that same plot line. Is that there is a secret mission. There was a other there was one other movie and I can't remember what it was, but it had the same thing. So if this is still the case, yeah, they're going to be hunting them down, trying to find them. Oh, hey Daniel, thanks for keeping your title, Top of Time co-host, and finish Deadpool 3.
Yeah.
Get it over with. Get Deadpool 3 out there. Damn you, Disney. Yeah, definitely. Oh, by the way, Daniel, speaking of movies, I saw the second trailer for Expendables 4 last night. Oh my god, dude. Megan
Yeah.
Fox is part of the team. I'm like, no, take that woman away. She's terrible. Go, get out, move. Nope, she's part of the team. They don't have very many of the original team back. Uh, they did keep Jason, of course. They kept Dolph Lundgren.
They
They
keep.
kept that. They kept that one wrestler dude. They didn't
Oh
keep
yeah.
Terry Crews. Yeah, Terry Crews is not back, so he's gone. They
What's
didn't bring.
Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah, he's supposed to be in it, but he's. I think he's just gonna do a cameo appearance.
Oh.
I did hear he's in it, but like with a cameo. So
Oh.
they don't have Jet Li. Um, they have Tony Jaa. Tony Jaa's like one of the those good martial arts are actors. So he's
Yeah.
in it. Yeah, but I mean, why is Megan Fox in this thing? All she's gonna do
I
is
don't
bring
know.
it down, man. She's gonna kill the damn movie. I'm like, I'm looking forward to this movie. I've been looking forward to it since they first announced. What was it, a year or so ago?
Yeah.
I know it was at least before the pandemic hit. That Sly was thinking of doing a fourth one. He said I had to get the right money to do it, you know, and the right people. And I guess he does. So, uh, I can't change his mind, you know, of his casting. But darn it, man. And they have another woman that's with her too, which she actually looks like a Korean actress that also does martial arts. And she's a part of it too. So this
Yeah.
this team's gonna have like two women in it. right?
Oh, that's
So like,
nice.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's nice, but one of them is making fun.
Oh yeah, that's the problem.
That's the problem. Yes, that's bad. Yes, yeah, Daniel and Mikey, Christopher Plummer starred in a movie. Remember where he was a dementia
Hmm.
adult survivor looking for the camp guard to kill his family? Powerful movie. Yes,
We never
yes, I
saw
do
that.
remember that. You never saw that, Daniel?
No, never. Sounds interesting.
Oh, but it's a good film. Yeah, Christopher Plummer. I wish I could remember which one it's called. Well, I don't know if you've seen Argo, but Argo is a good film. That's definitely one with Ben Affleck. It's very good.
Yeah. Wow. Sounds interesting. Yeah. Maybe I'll check it out.
And Radon and Tebby, that's a good one too. But the hostage situation, I go out, please keep running the stream, okay? Because sometimes I might have to reset myself. Just to let you
Yeah.
know, I've been having some StreamYard issues tonight. So yeah, thank you, appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, there it is. He says the name of the movie is Remember, starring Christopher Plummer. Yeah, I have heard of that one, Brad. I don't remember seeing it, but I do remember recalling. I do recall it, and I heard it was a good film. Yeah, definitely. Daniel should probably check that movie out, or see where see if it's available anywhere on Tubi or anything. Let's see. Yeah, so you got you if you got anything else going on in your neck of the woods, my friend?
No.
We yeah, we found out. Well, I found out from Resolute Germ the other day that the PM um, had blocked news links over Facebook, along with Zuckerberg agreed to it. I don't know, man, but that sounds to me like it's communist. Like they're trying to block our access to news links and news information. Now, I know you watch TV on the big screen TV stuff. When you go to a fast food place,
Yeah.
like Suzanne and I do. We go to this place called Mama's Burgers and Mama's Boys Burgers, and we watch the TV there. Sometimes library usually has some things, go on with TV there as well. But I feel like it's limited, very limited information sent our way. And a friend of mine tried to send some news link information over Facebook the other day, and it was blocked. And it told me because uh, none of that news link outlet information from the States will reach Canada. It will never reach us. So we'll never see it. I mean, it could
Yeah.
have been something important that my friend sent me because she's down in Arizona and she sent me information, but I'll never see it because it was blocked. And
Oh.
Resolute said that it's been blocked that way for the last couple of years. He said you can thank your Cuban dictator. Well, I knew he was referring to a PM, but I don't want to get us in trouble or
Yeah.
shut
Good
down
night. Good
myself.
night, Brad Wolf. He says good night everyone. So I'm like, good night, Brad Wolf.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Good movie. Anyway, I have to go. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that. Thanks, Brad Wolf. I guess we'll see you tomorrow, right? Yep. Yeah. And then Suzanne just told me that they were blocking. That they've been doing that. They won't give us full news coverage of things. They're just they're 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 either limiting the stream of what they're giving on our regular media, or they're just blocking it completely. And I don't know about you, Daniel, but to me that sounds communist. like something's
Yeah.
really going wrong. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not a good thing, you know. But then again, I mean,
Yeah, there's so much we know, but there's so much more we don't. Like, what we hear on the news, we hear a lot of stuff on the news and like things happening, but there's so much more we don't. So, yeah. I find it very, like, I mean,
that's
going
great,
back to this
and
thing,
they're keeping us limited to what we're supposed.
uh, there's like, okay, like I said, going back to the thing, there's a 98-year-old concentration camp guard who killed who knows how many people in his day in the 40s in the concentration
Been
camps,
having some issues tonight.
right?
Yeah,
And And for example, people like Sean Connery, awesome, cool, fun actors like Sean Connery. He's like one of my favorite Bonds. I remember in October of 2020 when Bird of Prey made a video showing off like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. And at first I thought to myself, oh, maybe this is Sean Connery's birthday. And then I thought, oh my God, what if something happened to Sean Connery? God forbid. And then I read on the internet that he died. And I'm thinking, oh shit, that is it's so unfair. It's so
yeah.
sad. I hated that. I hated that so much.
I recall, I recall seeing League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and I know that the movie came from Dark Horse Comics, which surprised me because most people are into the MCU and in the DC extended universe, but not many people know about some of the great comic heroes or villains that come from Dark Horse. Uh, one of the gentlemen that uh, Connery played in that film was Alan Quartermain, and Alan
Yeah.
Quartermain is like our equivalent of how do you say it? Uh, Indiana Jones. I guess that's the best way to describe it. Quartermain's like Indiana Jones, and you know, and also, I mean, there's V for Vendetta.
Yeah.
That was a great film that Hugo Weaving did. Not so much Natalie Portman. But that's okay. I didn't mind her being in it. It's just that I was more about Hugo Weaving, and so, and since Frank Miller's thing, you know a lot of them have to do with Dark Horse and with a few other comic book, uh, and I think there's some good rare gems out there, but but everybody wants MCU and DCEU, and I get it. No, they're money makers. I totally understand. But I wish that we would, you know, and I'm just like I said, I'm just talking to independent comic book writers out there, or to Dark Horse, put out some more stuff. You know, make it a natural competition. You know, because I know they have some great writers on those.
Hmm.
And Suzanne Eckstein is a friend of ours, Daniel. She says hello.
Hello, Suzanne.
And Lemon Pie says, I decided to heat up some pizza, so it's wine after all. But it's going wine or beer. I was trying to tell him if he was going to have a light snack, beer would be fine. But if he was going to go a little bit more heavy, yeah, wine's probably good. And I know people tune in to learn what I'm drinking. I'm sure when Gorilla gets here, I hope he knows too that you're going to be drinking some wine. Don't tell him which one though. Keep it a secret up until the end, okay, Lemon? If you want. Now, me personally, if I was doing pizza, I'd say red, but I know some people like white with that too. So depends on the kind of pizza, I guess. Whichever one you want. But yeah, take your time, sir. Enjoy yourself. Uh yeah. So what do you think about that, Daniel? What do you think about some of the other uh, independent comic book film companies? There's very few left. It looks like MCU and the DCEU took them all.
I don't read comic books very much, because they don't sell them near me. Well, no, there is a comic book store near me, but I'm not really into comics. And to tell you the truth, the guy who owns that comic book store kind of freaks me out. So I don't go to any comic book stores, and yeah, I just go and buy myself like maybe some movies, maybe a game or two. That's pretty much it.
Yeah. Does he remind you of the comic book guy from the Simpsons?
Yeah,
oh my.
but the guy's a dick. The guy's a dick, and like to tell you the truth, even my mom told me to stay away from that guy because she's like, oh, that guy, he hates you. He might even kill you. You
Oh
know,
Jesus.
because the guy
Oh.
really fucking hates me.
Oh
And I'm
damn.
like, I don't fucking care. Fuck you, man.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah. No, no, you're better off staying away from him. Now lemon pie says I'll let you all guess, white or red. I bet you go with white with your pizza. That's my guess. It's not incorrect, but you might go that way. Yeah. Suzanne Eckstein says lemon pie, what kind of pizza? Well, it's good to know because I because when I grew up, I everybody kept asking me, well, what should I have with beer or what should I have with wine? What about tequila or hard liquor? You gotta include that somewhere in the equation too. Pepperoni. Ah, you're right, Suzanne Eckstein. You and I both agreed. White wine. Yep. That's what I said first. I said you could do that. And you did red. But yeah, white wine is good. Yeah, Daniel. Yeah, I'm
what's the? Oh my god, there's gonna be a Hellboy 3. Oh god, no, I don't want Hellboy 3.
there is? Is that true?
Apparently, like that's what John Campia is saying. Hellboy 3. Ron Perlman wants a trilogy. Oh my god, that would be horrible.
Oh my gosh. Well, wait a second. You mean David Harbour's not coming back? I thought he did a great Hellboy.
No, no, like Ron Perlman wants to. Ron Perlman, I think he wants to be Hellboy again or something. Like, oh,
One more time, Ron Perlman. Huh. No,
but they
I
already did.
well,
They already did like a reboot. So what's the point? Like, how they don't? That's kind of weird.
dude, that's like messed up. Cause like we own all three Hellboys, right?
Oh
Suzanne and
yeah,
I. Yeah, we own all three movies. You know, Perlman did the first two, and then after the second one, I know this because I watched an interview he did, and he said he didn't want to be typecast. So he said, I don't think I'm going to do a third one. So then they decided they needed to find someone to continue, make it like a continuation of a story. But like you said, it's more of a reboot. So I probably agree with you. It's more of a reboot. So they put out David Harbour. And David Harbour, of course, he's already done, Violent Night, which is a Christmas movie. Oh my God. We finally had to buy it. It was totally awesome. With John Leguizamo. Yeah, very good. And Beverly D'Angelo too. But anyway, yeah. So David Harbour said, "Hey, I can do it," and he got to do his own stunts and things. So yeah, he got into the Hellboy reboot, and I have to say it was pretty good. It was actually just about as good as Perlman, and in some parts it was even better. I really liked it, and I was like, this could be a trend. Harbour could be the new Hellboy, and that'd be awesome. But now you're telling me that Perlman wants to throw a wrench into the works and become the new Hellboy?
yeah,
Oh crap! No, that would be a terrible idea, dude. Oh
yeah,
man, because he's too old for this. He is. Perlman is. Look, Harbour is young enough that he could still pull off a Hellboy and do it. But Perlman's just too old. I'm sorry, he's just too old to do it. That makes no sense. Okay, one vote white. No, I said two votes, my friend Lemon. Yes, Miss Eckstein and I both agreed that white wine goes better with pepperoni. So you got two votes white. I'll reveal when everyone has guessed. Okay, so we'll ask that as a poll, just an informal poll. We don't have to post it. But lemon pie is having pepperoni pizza. Yeah, and go white wine or he can go red. So let us know, and we'll put that together later. Thanks, Lemon. That helps. That helps a lot. Yeah, yeah. So like I say, getting back to Hellboy. I'm better off with Harbor. Harbor to me seemed to seemed to get the comic because remember when they rebooted Hellboy, it was actually one of those rare times that the producer director they went back through the story. They went back through I watched it in the behind the scenes, and they actually went back through the comics and how Hellboy really was. And I think Harbor delivered him just fine. But I got a problem with Perlman. I don't know, man. He put out two and said he was tired of it, and then now he wants to do a third. Wow, I'm just blown away, my friend. I really am.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says, "Oh, I am already drinking. Drinking it. It's a guess, not a suggestion now." Okay, Lemon. And he says, "I was drinking it already before." So you guys, yeah, it's when yeah, I'm sorry about that delay. It happens, but uh, but with Hellboy 2, the Golden Army, to me it looked like Perlman was already ready to hang it up, after you did it. So it just, like I said, it's total shock. It really is. Let's see. Oh, and like we said, Gorilla will be here pretty soon. I think he's just finishing up the Waltons, and I believe PvP will be here pretty soon. So we'll get them in. I haven't seen Jay yet. I hope Jay's doing okay. Our friend Jay Aldridge, our brother. I don't. I hope he's all right. I haven't seen our sister yet, Leah Liz. She might be busy, so she might be doing something too today. That's okay. But hopefully if she can make it, fine. If she can't, that's totally cool. Daniel and I will be able to run this. We're doing good. Uh, have you heard that? Have you heard anything else, Daniel, besides about Hellboy?
Oh, apparently, I found it. I went on Deadpool 3, and I they have some news. Like they are adding one more, at least one more variant to the movie. They're gonna add Kid Pool. Now, apparently that's a character from the comics, from like another universe, a Marvel universe. That was, this guy was taken in by Xavier's school for mutants in this universe. So in that universe, Dead Kid Pool was taken in. Oh, thank you, Lemon Pie. I appreciate that.
Yes, he is a great co-host, Lemon Pie. I've always said so. Yeah,
Wait,
continue
they
what you
they
were saying.
numbered they numbered his Earth. They numbered his Earth. Let me.
Oh yeah, check it out.
Yeah, because I like it when they number the Earths. It makes it more interesting.
I think it makes it more orderly, right? Because it's
Yeah.
a multiverse. And when they talk about the different Earths, like they did in the Flash, which you got by the way, right? Yeah, so
Oh
cool,
yeah, I got that. By the way, I got that.
awesome.
Hold on a second. It's So, anyways, okay, like yeah, there's going to be a lot of Wade Wilson variants in this movie, and it seems like they added one more. So there's one more that we know of. All right, according to Scooper Daniel Rickman, the Wade Wilson of Earth 10330 Kid Pool will appear. Okay, so Earth 10330. Um, and his name is Kid Pool, so he's a kid. Um, in the comics, Kid Pool was a student of the Xavier Orphanage for troubled boys. Oh, so in that world, it's not a mutant
Yeah, you're
school; it's an orphanage for troubled boys.
kind of going out there,
Uh,
let's
and did not get along well with his fellow
go
students,
ahead.
frequently finding himself in
Yeah, we
trouble
usually have,
with the staff.
oh wow.
It says here, wait,
Now is Kidpool? Yeah, no, I don't mean to interrupt, but is Kidpool supposed to be a son of Deadpool? Is that
no,
the?
he's supposed to be the Wade. He's supposed to be the Wade Wilson of Earth 10333.
Oh, oh, of that particular Earth. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Okay, sure. I didn't realize there were
So
that many Earths.
yeah, there's
Yeah,
like
I didn't
infinite.
realize
There's
there were that
infinite Earths that you can't put a
infinite
number on it.
possibilities. Right.
Yeah,
I heard that. Yeah. Yeah. Now, what do you think?
they're saying
Okay.
they're saying that
Oh, yeah.
that
Go ahead.
Deadpool may gather up an army of people. Like maybe he's gonna gather up a few Deadpools, other versions of him, plus the X-Men, and maybe the old Fantastic Four from the movies. Like the
Yes.
the the Fox, not the Fan Four stick. That one is garbage. I won't even watch that.
No, but
But the one with Jessica
maybe the
Alba.
Fan Four. Yes, the Silver Surfer Fantastic Four. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, that had Jessica Alba as the Invisible Woman. Yeah, that would be cool. But then I
but this
think that
whole
means
writer strike has to end for anything to be done.
I know, man. It's frustrating. Like you said, the previous one, which was back what was the mid '80s, right? Was like 10 months long. I
Yeah.
mean, we are talking about 40 years ago, and now conveniently 40 years later they decide to have another writer's strike. How come it took them
Well,
40
I think
years to
they
come
I
up
think
with
they
another
had
one?
one in the early 2000s as well, or
Oh, they
something.
did?
I
Oh,
completely
okay.
missed that.
Yeah, no, I did too. So maybe
I wasn't even aware of it.
no, I wasn't either. I think maybe it's a contract. I think it has something to do with their contract deal, like a 10-year period, or in this case, it looks like a 20-year period. Because I know in the mid '80s they had one, and then you just said like in the 2000s they probably did have one, but it wasn't. It wasn't. It didn't go on as long, so I guess it wasn't too vital because everything else was happening.
Hmm.
But now it's 4 months in, and looks like no chance of resolve of any resolution. Ah, dude, it's nuts. Um, like I told you, we watched Made to the Trench, which had very little CGI, a lot of practical effects, a lot of stunt, special effects and visual, which were not CGI related, and it was awesome. Not, I mean, it was great. I mean, the action was great. You know, the dialogue was not good, but the rest of it was fine. You know, and I like it when a movie doesn't have to use so much CGI, and that is of course is the choice of the producer and the director on it, or producers, considering if you have two or three of them. So yeah, that was a very good example. But everything else is coming out. Uh, wow, yeah, a little scary.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like I said, these are movies that are already done. You know, but now we're trying to wait for Deadpool 3 and others to finish, and it's taking forever. And it could go into next year. So yeah, not too happy about that. Yeah, Lemon Pie says the use of likeness by AI is an actor's issue. So what are the writers striking over? Well, the writers, if I understand the situation, Lemon, are concerned about their creativity because when a producer and director want to use CGI, that CGI has to be incorporated into the script. That's for any script supervisor, anybody that works on the script for the movie. So the writers are saying we should go with less CGI, more practical effects, more special effects of that nature, visual, and it's easier to write something that's affordable of a stunt or an action or anything that doesn't require computer generation. So I guess that's what the writers are saying. Yeah, the writers want to be able to write in a way that benefits not just how they present the story, but also to give the actors and actresses a chance to, use more of their acting chops, their dialogue, the way they talk in situations, the way they don't want the dialogue to plod down the movie. And that's what's been happening lately too, is that the dialogue between your main characters, your protagonists, and your villains or villainesses, whichever they may be, is getting bogged down. We saw that a lot in the last Bond film with Daniel Craig. There was a lot of exposition, a lot of talking, but very little action. For me, I wasn't very comfortable with that. I like to see a movie that has a bit more action when it comes to Bond, rather than talking to him most of the time, telling him what's going on. I think he knows what's going on. We already knew he was the substitute Bond. We knew he wasn't the original. We knew that. And he's gone through at that point, he had gone through a whole story arc and, four other films. But I mean, you could have just let him go and do his business, instead of trying to tell him his business. I mean, that ended, after M died, the other M, Judy Dench. So, yeah, I don't know. There's got to be a balance between plot and dialogue and action and effects, right, Daniel? I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says, "Oh, okay, well, less CGI is a good thing anyhow." Yes, it is. That's a good point, Lemon. Yes. Well, Daniel and I both said, "Oh yeah, there we go. Awesome, dude. That's
This is a
flashy.
really,
Awesome.
really good movie.
It is. I agree. It's okay. It's
Hmm.
good. I liked it. We liked it.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah,
It's a
and
third
Lemon Pie's
movie.
right.
It's the third movie in the Michael Keaton Batman trilogy, and I'm really scared that this is like this final movie. That's why they probably filmed the death scene. I mean, he was
Well,
supposed to have
they
more.
did film.
He was supposed to have more movies if this movie succeeded, but now they probably put an
Yeah.
end to it because it failed.
Well, yeah. Well, I felt bad. I think Suzanne and I both felt bad because, uh, we like Keaton, and even if it was an alternate Earth and he's still Batman, still fighting a good fight, but he retired because I guess all of his enemies had died, or were
No,
gone.
no. What's his name? Andy Muschietti just revealed that the reason why Michael Keaton, Bruce Wayne, hold on, the reason why he retired was because like one night. So this was after Batman Returns, sometime after, like years after Batman Returns. He went after a crook, and then he like this was after Alfred died. After Alfred died, Michael Go died. Batman stopped pulling his punches because he was like really frustrated and
Yeah,
really angry that he lost Alfred. So he chased after this guy, and beat this guy to death right in front of his kid.
Wow.
Like he murdered this guy right in front of his kid, and he was so disappointed. He was so shocked at what he did that he just stopped being Batman. He ran off and he stopped being Batman.
Because of what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me pause asking you, Daniel, how
Oh,
much of
sorry.
it, yeah, how much of it is to blame on Ezra Miller's behavior? Do you think?
I think a good amount of it what is to blame on his behavior. It's unfortunate that we can't control what other people do, and what other people do they can ruin their own franchises, and they can fanboys like me have to pay the price because it could have led to so many better things that we'll never see. And yeah, sadly, people like me have to pay the price for their actions.
Well, and I grew up, around that time. Suzanne and I both grew up around that time when Keaton became Batman. And next to Adam West, because we were old enough to remember Adam West, when he did the Batman series and the Batman movie, which I still want to try to get. Um, when we saw Keaton, we thought, oh, well, this is cool. Michael Keaton looks like he's got a solid Batman. He did 2 movies, and we thought, cool. Tim Burton did a great job. But then Burton got tired of it. So then when he decided to become executive producer, he said to Joel Schumacher, okay, Schumacher, it's your turn to shine. And Schumacher dropped the ball. So, so it's not like Burton gave him, uh, you know, Burton gave him some supervision in the third one, but he actually told him, look, direct it the way you'd like to direct it and see how effective it's going to be. And since Keaton didn't want to be typecast initially, that's why they were able to get Val Kilmer. But then when Val Kilmer was done, he says, I don't want to be typecast either. So then they decided to get George Clooney. And Clooney wasn't doing anything. So he just, stepped into the role. And the one who had to suffer through those 2 movies was Chris O'Donnell because the writers weren't giving him enough to do as as Robin. Excuse me. So yeah, it's a whole trending thing. And now what I'm thinking is that since they figure Keaton's dead in this one reality, that they want to go ahead and put Clooney back in the mix and say, oh hey George, why don't you come in and appear like you were Batman, before. Since you did such a terrible job the last time, maybe you could just come back, make an appearance, and it'll all be forgotten. No, it opened more questions than answers, and I was really ashamed of the Muschiettes for doing that. You know,
I don't think that's the thing. I don't think Ezra Miller is ever coming back. And despite them, maybe they're saying a lot. They're saying, oh yeah, he will be back despite what people want or think or whatever. But I don't think George Clooney will be back. I think they're saying it was just a cameo and that's it. It was just a stupid cameo and that's it. I don't think they'll ever follow up with that, which is unfortunate because at least let's get a movie and see what's happening in the Batman and Robin world. Let's see George Clooney. Let's see Chris O'Donnell. What he's up to. Apparently, you know,
eh,
in the
yeah,
movie, in the
right,
movie, one of the Earths that he was supposed to visit was in the Flash movie. One of the Earths they had to visit was George Clooney as Batman, and we would have seen Chris O'Donnell as Nightwing
yeah.
because by now he would have been Nightwing, and it would have been nice to see, and they could have explored that in a sequel. But I don't think it's ever coming now.
Well, let me ask you about that, Daniel. Do you think honestly that after you had Chris O'Donnell play Robin, sorry, to play Robin in 2 films, do you think that he's old enough and maybe needs work enough that they could bring him back as Nightwing, or
Yeah,
are
well,
they just, or are they
yeah.
just kind of doing, or are they kind of hinting at Joseph Gordon-Levitt to do the role, as a bat as Robin,
Well,
or You know,
That's from the Dark Knight universe. That's not from the George Clooney universe. So
right?
it wouldn't make
Okay.
sense.
Yeah, it wouldn't make. Yeah, you're right. So if they are thinking of bringing Clooney back, you're gonna have to bring Chris O'Donnell back for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the last time I saw him, he was doing an interview for NCIS, with the
Yeah,
NCIS Los Angeles. I think because they just finished it or something.
yeah, he
And
said,
he didn't he looked a little bit puffier, and it was kind of hard to distinguish him from the way he looked back then. But if you look hard enough, you can see, yeah, it's him.
yeah. Uh, well, you know what? If I'm just saying, it's probably a big if, but if you bring back Chris O'Donnell as Robin, I'll accept him, but you're gonna have to make him work out because if you remember in the Star Wars, uh, you know, 7, 8, and 9, the only guy who was in shape to do stunts and things was Harrison Ford, and the man's older than Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher combined. Rest in peace, Carrie Fisher, by the way. But you know, that's what Abrams said is like, look, you guys need to get back in shape and do this. So my point is that if Chris O'Donnell wants to come back as Robin, or even change his name and become Nightwing, he's gonna have to get in shape. Because you're right, he doesn't look. I mean, they look right. If you see his eyes, you can say, yeah, put the mask on and he's Robin. Nothing more than that. He's got to get back into shape. That's obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then what's up with this? Suzanne and I saw the Batman with Robert Pattinson from Twilight series. What the hell's that about? I
Oh,
mean, yeah,
it's
it
like
was
an
fine, but
Elseworlds.
that's another world.
Yeah, it's like an Elseworlds movie. It's like
Excuse me.
Earth. It takes place on Earth 2.
Earth 2. Oh, wow. Yeah, and then you had that one actress I think was playing Catwoman in that. Believe me, she probably did a better job than Halle Berry when she tried to do it you know, by herself, obviously. But
Yeah.
yeah, but I'm just saying that's wow. Okay, I I don't like competition like that. And then of course here's the question going to another character. Here's the question of Henry Cavill. Now Cavill is still in the what I like to call the quick list of people who could play the next James Bond, obviously. But my question is, if you're going to have Cavill do Bond, then who in the hell is going to do Superman? I mean, the Machetes kind of hinted that Nicolas Cage could play him, but I don't think so. I'm not a Cage fan.
No, they
I
already
mean, I'm
have a
not a Cage fan of
Superman.
him playing. Yeah, I'm
They
not a
already
Cage
have a
fan.
Superman. They hired David Cornsweet, and I'm like, oh,
Corn Sweat?
I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, Chris O'Donnell, Robin rules. He does rule. He's awesome.
He is awesome, but he's got to lose some weight. Oh, hey, Kate, it's LDG. Hi, LDG. Or
Hi, LDG.
Job. Hello, Job. Yeah, we had sort of a late start tonight, and but we're doing all right. You're doing okay, right, Daniel? You're fine.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we're doing okay. We're just waiting for the other guys to roll in. You know, the cast of characters. Yeah.
Oh, look, there's a brand new John Campia video, and it says Hollywood strike. Job losses hit 17,000,
Wow.
and they're
That,
keeping on going.
well, there's a lot of people out of work.
Yeah, but how long? I don't know how long they can keep on doing this. I mean, I
What
don't know.
my well, here's the thing. My fear, okay, obviously there's a lot of celebrities that are well off enough that they don't need the work, right? We're
Yeah,
both agreed on that. Yeah, we're both agreed on that. But there are up and coming actors and actresses that might be struggling, and they may be even very good actors and actresses that are struggling. And that's the issue here is those people are going to suffer and be knocked out first before the big time celebrities that have the cars and homes and you know mansions and all that stuff before they all start to get hit, hard. And they may be the ones. It might come down to just the very few big celebrities that might just say, screw it, fine, let you guys take over. As long as we still make our money and you make yours, no big deal. So I don't want that to be a kind of compromise for the writer's strike. I want it to be a joint compromise that benefits everyone involved, including the writers. And if the writers are serious enough about writing good stories and being creative instead of just being like robots, then start writing good stories or get out of the union altogether. And we'll get more writers. We'll get better writers. Because we know that's the issue with the writers themselves is there's not a lot of good writers left. You got to find better ones. It's obvious. So yeah, I that's just my call on that. But it's I don't know. It's hard to feel for them, I guess. You know, you and I we struggle and my wife we struggle every day. We live on a fixed budget. We do what we can, but then you got all these power hungry people, that are blocking, fandoms like us, big fans like us, from seeing what we'd like to see and talk about because of their money and
Yeah. Yeah.
power, right? And it's it's unfathomable. It's unfathomable, if that's the right word.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really not fair, because yeah, like I struggle. We all struggle for money. I struggle for money. I'm struggling, and like oh, check this out. Mm, 1 second.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you how's Coco feeling too.
Hmm.
How's
See, this is
Coco
my
feeling?
this
She
is
doing
this is
okay?
my Nintendo Switch controller. You know what?
Yes.
This thing doesn't work. It fell on the ground. It doesn't work. I don't know what to do
Wow.
now. Now I can't play video games anymore. I'm
Wow.
afraid. I'm afraid that I'm gonna have to buy a whole new Switch. That's another $500 down the drain.
Oh no, you're not gonna do that, dude. No. There's more
I
important
mean,
things you gotta save for, my friend.
I just don't know. I'm a gamer. I'm a gamer. I need to game. If I don't game, I go crazy.
I get it. No, I get it. I do. Believe me. Well, I was gonna say, was there anything to substitute, temporarily, you know, something that can maybe replace it. Well, maybe not fully, but maybe come close. I guess.
I
I
was
don't know.
so
I,
I
I
was
haven't
I
gamed
was
in. I
having
haven't
so
gamed in
much
a long
fun.
time. Yeah, I haven't gamed in a long time, so I apologize. Sorry. Just I had a lot of older systems I used, and well, now they're obsolete. Obviously, the Switch is supposed to be like that was supposed to be the updated one, and then I think there was something else after that, after the Nintendo Switch. I'm not sure though. You would know about that more than I would.
I don't know. No, I,
Oh
I
man.
never heard of it. I never heard of an update. Oh, are you talking about the OLD one? I don't know.
I might be. Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know.
I don't
Like I
know.
said, I
Yeah.
haven't gamed in a long time, so I was
Mm,
aware of some of these new games, Switch things that came around, but never had to try them.
I mean,
My
I
nephew
could
did. My
go.
nephew played that stuff.
I found a used game store near me. I could go get myself like a used PS2. They're like $70. I could get myself a used PS2, and then I can get myself select games. You know, but I'm just like, I don't know what to do. I bought a Nintendo Switch and now I can't use it. What a waste, you know?
Yeah. I thought maybe someone at Nintendo, a tech representative, or someone in their squad could help you fix it, or maybe allow you to get a replacement.
Yeah, but you know what? That's the thing. Every controller is made for its own system, So if you replace the controller, you're gonna have to replace the entire system.
Replace the system. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be an issue.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I really am. I wish I could have more answers for you. You know,
And, I
for things
have
that
I
come
have
from.
an appointment on September 11th with a bunch of doctors or something who want to interview me. And you see, I'm not. No, I'm gonna refuse to do it because I'm like, hey, if I can't game, I'm gonna suffer, and if I'm gonna suffer, I'm not going to any interview. No, I'm gonna have to solve my own problems first before I do anything. So I'm gonna have to postpone everything, and I'm pretty sure my parents won't let me. So there's gonna be a big fight. And look, I'm sorry, but if I'm suffering, well then screw everything else.
Right. And hello, PvP.
Hi, sorry I'm so
My
late,
friend.
Mikey, but I
Oh,
just
please.
I just finished the Waltons stream with Gorilla and Germ, and yeah, I can't believe we started at like 5 o'clock and we went like what almost 3 hours, like 2 hours and 40 minutes. Like that's mind boggling. But it was a really good episode, so I guess that's why we kind of got lost in watching it. So there's Gorilla.
Yeah.
There's Gorilla. You should have gone on like maybe an hour later at 7. It might have been a little better, Mikey, but oh well.
Uh,
No big deal.
yeah.
That's the thing, though. I'd already told Gorilla I'd be on his Walton stream because really is one of the better episodes. So I kind of thought obligated. So it's like, you know, and I
Oh,
do enjoy
please.
being on the panel there. So
Oh, yeah. Please don't. You don't need to apologize. None needed. PvP.
okay,
Daniel and
thank
I.
you.
Yeah. I actually. Yeah. No worries. No. I got started very late myself this evening. I actually started. I thought that maybe um, I would wait a few minutes, and I did. I waited till almost 9:15 and started. And then I was by myself for a while, and I had lemon pie and my wife here, Suzanne, and she
I
says
see
hello
that.
to you,
Yeah,
by the way.
I
And
see the chat.
and
Yeah,
then Daniel was so kind to come in. So yeah, and Lemon says, that you and Daniel are great co-hosts, and I said I agree. And when I go out, sometimes you guys are awesome and willing to help me out when I drop off.
well, actually, it's interesting you mentioned that because I was on Anti-Derivative Jill's stream this morning. Started at 10 a.m. Pacific time,
Yeah.
and we it was like an open topic because she did one of her shore leaves, which is always open panel,
Of
open
course.
topic kind of stuff, right?
Of
And
course.
it was quite interesting. And the thing was, uh, about halfway through, Jill suddenly had, I guess she got a message that she had to go pick up her kid like earlier than planned. So
Right.
she actually disappeared for like 90 minutes from the middle of the stream. And it was just like the rest of us were just like picking up the slack, trying to chat, right? There was
Yeah.
Admiral Teague and Cardinal Sin and myself. And between the three of us, we managed to like muddle through it. But
Yeah.
it was quite weird having a Jill stream without Jill, right? If you know what I mean.
No. Oh, of course. Well, we're missing Miss Leah Liz too. Our friend, me and Suzanne's best friend, and she's not here yet, and I don't know where she is. So maybe she's got something going on herself, and I feel
Could
kind of
be.
bad, because. But I'm glad. No, like I said, I'm glad you and Daniel are at least here. Yeah, let's go through this quickly. Yeah, he says you a hole. You streamed over me. Oh, I mean hi. I
That's a
didn't want
good
to
one.
stretch that one too far. Resolute says hello again. Hello again, Resolute. Hey,
Hello, Lemon.
PB German Gorilla. And I only got, oh, 50 copyright claims.
Oh my God, you're
Oh,
kidding.
only
I hope that's not.
50,
I hope. I
Gorilla.
hope. I hope that's a joke. Actually, I
Oh,
gotta say though,
I
Mikey,
hope so too.
Gorilla played a lot of clips, like live action. He played the actual video clips, like probably
Uh oh.
15 or 20 of them tonight because he liked the
Uh
episode so
oh.
much. So I wouldn't
Yes.
be surprised if he does get at least a few claims on that. But it was like, oh
Wow.
well, you want to do it, go for it. I'm not gonna
Hey, go
complain.
for it. Oh yeah, we're
Well,
not
it
gonna
was one of
stop
those.
them.
The thing is, it was one of those great, complex Walton's episodes where you've got a couple of interesting storylines going on. So I guess Gorilla just thought, the hell with it. I'm just going to take a chance and play some of these scenes to kind of, explain more fully the episode to people that might not have watched it.
Yeah.
And so it's like, what the heck, take a chance. I'm sure it won't amount to much. It'll be just be a claim, and
Oh,
it'll.
if he's never with my experience, because I know most people have ended up, when they do a copyright thing, uh, you can end up in Facebook jail, if you do that on Facebook and it's against their rules and policies. I've been in there, I've been in YouTube jail, for a copyright infringement, which wasn't intentional. But, you got to tell them that, otherwise it's like they don't listen. They're like, "Oh, yeah, you're taking away from his integrity." Well, yeah, no, I'm not, because it was just a song I was doing. They thought I was taking lines from the song, that in
Uh,
our way back in Germany, by the way,
huh.
and that was insane. So I was like, okay, so I went into YouTube jail for that, but I got through it. But yeah, so anyway, getting back here real quick. So Resolute Germ says hi, Lemon. Hey, Scurvy, Gorilla says, yeah, you're a scurvy dog yourself, Gorilla. Just kidding. Uh, and she had to pick up her kid because the school broke out in kung fu fighting, like on Cobra Kai. I think Lemon was saying that about Jill.
Yeah, I believe so.
And Gorilla says, well, if they claim it, they will be claiming the banner I got scrolling on the bottom that says they are a bunch of a-holes. Yes. They'll go from that. See, that's why I don't run a streaming banner like that. But that's your prerogative, Gorilla. I'm not going to argue with you.
I
I don't do
honestly,
that. I don't do
to be
that.
to be honest, I honestly don't get the copyright thing on YouTube. It's like you think these companies would be happy as hell that we're actually promoting their product and keeping it alive, right?
Right.
Because let's face it, as great as the Waltons is and went for 9 seasons back in the 70s and 80s, there's probably millions of young folks under the age of like 30 that have never heard of the damn show and have no clue what it's about, right? So when Gorilla does a live stream, watching and talking about a particular episode every Friday, it's like you think the company would be like, thank you, because they're probably going to get some DVD sales at least out of it, right? But it's
I
like,
would think
oh no,
so.
it's like, oh no, let's do a strike. It's like, what the?
Yeah. Well, I think also, remember I told you, and I told this to Daniel too before.
Okay,
Judy Norton, who played Elizabeth, right, on
right.
the
She was
Waltons.
the little redhead youngest one, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So she does her own channel on
Oh, cool.
YouTube, which hasn't. I mentioned it before.
She's
It
on.
hasn't been struck down. Yeah, she has her
She's
own
on
channel.
YouTube, is she? Oh, and that's
Yeah,
cool. I
she
should
is.
go and sub
In
because
fact,
I always
yeah.
thought I always liked her as I thought she was such a sweet little actress on that show.
Yeah, well, she also did musical theater. She did
Mm,
Broadway. She's done all this stuff. And
awesome.
she just did an episode. I haven't had a chance to see it yet. But she just did an episode in a two-parter with her buddy Reese, who was John Boy. So I was like,
Cool.
that's pretty cool. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. And what she likes to do is give her background, because obviously she acted in it. She likes to
Right.
give her background on Walton episodes that she knows
Right.
other people are streaming, like
True.
Gorilla, and gives the story. So then, if you haven't seen the episode in a
Gosh.
really long time, Judy gives a great review of it, a great recall of it, and what
Wow.
happened. And then, yeah, and then she says go out and look for it, and
You
that's
know,
why like sometimes when I'd go up to Gorilla and say, yeah, I've seen the episode. Well, yeah, because Judy Norton herself gave us a review, got to show some episodes because she is still considered an actress, power,
I
and
just
that's
want to
what she does.
mention. I
Yeah,
just want to mention that the entire series is posted on the Internet Archive in very good, high quality episodes, right? So if you
yeah,
ever
it
want to
is.
check out the show, it's up there. That's the only
Yeah,
way I could find it to watch it because I couldn't find it anywhere else. But you know what would be cool? I wonder if Judy, if Gorilla actually sent her a message on a Twitter a message and said, "Hey, would you like to join in one of our Friday live streams when we're talking about an episode we love?" That would be so cool if she would pop in
and
on the channel.
she is open to that. She will.
That would be awesome. I'd love to actually
I
be able to
know.
chat with her
And I
because
told Gorilla send a message to her,
you should.
send a direct message to her through her YouTube channel or
You
through X,
should.
through X Twitter, and I think she also has a Discord channel server also at Judy Norton.
Yeah,
So if
that would be
you,
great.
yeah, so Gorilla, if you're still there in the chat, yeah, send a direct message to Miss Norton and ask her to appear on one of your Walton streams. I'll go there.
That
Daniel
would be
will go
great.
there. We'll check that out because I'd love to hear from the mouth of Judy Norton. I
Well,
really
that'd
would.
be great because we'd have so many questions to ask her about what it was like to be on the show, right?
Yeah,
Working
she
with all
always
those great actors and writers, and
yeah, she always answers her public because she does these behind the scenes reviews
that's awesome.
and the last couple times before she interviewed her friend Richard, she did answer questions from fans.
That's
So
awesome.
it is totally awesome. So I think that Gorilla should talk to her and get her to appear on one of your streams, Gorilla, for
That'd
sure.
be fantastic. I really think Gorilla should do that. The thing is, excuse me, uh, I have to mute for a minute.
Oh yeah, if you get a drink, go ahead. What do you think about that, Daniel? Daniel, you okay? Daniel might have had.
Oh yeah. What
Oh,
about what again?
oh no. I would say, what did you think about Gorilla's random thoughts? Our buddy having Judy Norton from the Waltons actually appear on one of his streams and ask her
Oh yeah, that'd be
questions and
cool.
everything. What do you
Yeah,
think about that?
that'd be cool.
That'd be awesome.
Well, the thing
Yeah,
is,
that'd be like on you and yeah. Go ahead, PvP.
the thing is, guys, it's like the
Yeah,
Waltons was such a iconic show. From the early '70s to the early '80s, right? For like 9 years or whatever it went. And I can remember my cousin loved the show. I was a stupid teenager and I thought it was hokey right back then. So I never watched it. And then of course a decade later after it had gone off the air, I started seeing the reruns and I was like, this show is amazingly great. It's really good. So I did get into it eventually. But the sad thing is like it was such a great cast. The actors were such high quality actors and yet most of them after the series ended they didn't go on to do much of anything, right? They got basically overlooked and forgotten. And so I'm glad Judy's got her own little channel on the tube here and trying to keep the show alive in her own way. So I think as fans, if we can interact with her and let her know how much we really appreciate the show and appreciate her as an actress and how much we love the affection we have for the Waldens. I think it would be just great to just get together and chat with her and ask her questions and tell her how much we appreciated particular episodes and whatnot. I just think it'd be such fun. I really do.
oh,
Anyway,
I totally agree with you. By the
I
way,
guess I'm
Gorilla,
pretty
if
much done there.
and Resolute Turn, if you'd like to come up, here's the StreamYard. Oh yeah, no, you're fine, PvP. If you have more to say, please say stuff.
No, I'm pretty
But
much
yeah, here's
finished.
the
I just think
StreamYard, guys.
it
I
would be so
started,
cool because
so
I always liked,
okay.
Judy, as Elizabeth. I thought she was a really cute little character. Like she was so charming, right? And I thought it's like I thought, okay, the rest of the kids they have like brown hair or they're blonde, and she's the redhead. And I'm thinking, what the hell happened there, right? I'm thinking, did the milkman show up one day? The red-haired milkman, you know what I mean? Because it seemed kind of weird. She was the only redhead in the family, you know. Okay, I'm being silly now. I admit it. Anyway, I'm just going to take a quick break here and go get myself a drink and stretch my legs because I gotta say
Okay.
my knees are killing me today. At my age, sometimes I get this terrible ache in my knees, and it's been bugging me all day long.
Oh
So I'm just going to get up and stretch for a minute, but I'll be back shortly.
yeah, go for it. Okay, PvP. Take your time. Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Yeah, it's hard, but yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I would love to see Judy do that for Gorilla and have a nice Q&A session. That would be cool. Gorilla, I love you, brother, and I'm glad you're here. Laying in bed because I have to be up at 4. Oh, I'm sorry, you have to be up at 4, dude. I thought you were off work. I thought you didn't have to work tomorrow. Or maybe they have you do something. Okay. Mikey, you may love me. I'm still torturing you next Saturday because out of love. Yeah, you should go for that too, Daniel. He's gonna do cringe stock, and he's gonna try to really blow my mind. I think that'd be worth it just to come see it, Dan. I really do, honestly. Yeah, that'd be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I really am. Uh yes, and in case you guys weren't what was that, Gorilla? Oh, I get my daughter tomorrow. Oh, yay! Cool. We'll say hello to little Miss Gorilla tomorrow. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, she's a nice young girl, and she's very. Yeah, and I've seen her on your video, on your shorts, a couple times. Yeah, you're a good dad. You really are. You know that. Um, yeah. So the other thing I just wanted to guys mention out to you was that you guys know that twice a week I do uh, a webcam video review of Charlie's Angels from the late 70s, early 80s. 5 seasons it lasted. There's a lady named Val Rose. She has a whole bunch of those commercials available free on YouTube. And man, it's been a long time since I've seen those. Gosh, I was just a young teenager back in the 70s, just growing up and watching TV. And that was my thing. Besides a little gaming here and there, but I enjoyed television. Just a big TV watcher. And I found this channel and I was like, oh, cool. I should do something on the side. And, because I love topic time with you guys. I really do. It's so much fun. But I also figured, welcome back, PvP.
Yeah,
And I
hi.
just figured that I give something on, give back to some people and let them know, there's still good, you know, old time 70s and 80s series out there that you can check out. And yeah, it's good stuff.
Oh, there's so many
Go,
great series. Yeah.
yeah, go ahead. Blow your
Well,
mind,
I
yeah,
just,
with the Glock. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
well, I don't think I want to blow my mind in that way, Gorilla. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, he says, there's absolutely no way. You've seen my kids on the shorts, and I make sure I'm not filming them. Well, you accidentally filmed your daughter while you were doing the parade that you had on one of your shorts. I caught part of her. Look again. It's there. I've seen it. See if I can get his mind going. You will be in tears, Mikey. You should really ask for red asphalt instead. The crushed and burnt bodies are less gruesome. Oh, it's not like I've seen dead bodies. Come on. he forgets. I used to watch when I was, and I think I don't know, Daniel. Did you did you ever see those? And I'll ask PvP the same thing. Did you guys ever see those gruesome videos when you were taking driver's ed? You know, like
Oh
red
yeah,
asphalt or like
yeah. I
danger.
remember. Yeah, I remember. I took a driver's ed like, gosh, back in my 20s, I guess was when I actually got a license. So that's like
Yeah,
probably 40 something years ago. And I remember this. There was this one film they showed in driver's ed class. It was like, I don't know if this is racist, but there was like two black guys, right? And they
right.
were like drinking and partying, and they were just a couple of like wild dudes, driving down the road, right? And then of
Yes.
course they get into this horrific car accident, and one of the guys gets totally decapitated, right?
Oh my
So
gosh.
his
Yeah, I
his,
remember
his
that
head is like
one. I
rolling
do.
around on the road, and I'm
I
like, oh
know.
my god.
Yeah, right. And I thought, how in the heck were they able to do the makeup effects for that? You
Oh
know,
god, I don't know.
and practical effects no less. You
Yeah,
know,
because
to get his
this
head and
this is
everything.
like
Oh my gosh.
back in the 70s or early 80s when I saw this thing, right? And I was so
Yeah,
grossed out. It almost makes you not want to drive when you see that film, to be honest. Which I guess is kind of the idea. It's like, if you're not gonna, be smart enough to drive defensively, then you shouldn't drive, right? So
exactly. Did you ever go
it
through
was
that
gruesome,
yourself,
though.
Daniel? Yeah, it was very
It was
gruesome. You ever
very
do that,
gruesome.
Daniel? Driver's
What?
ed. Did you ever watch any of those old videos or anything that talked about like accidents, things like that? That showed
No.
you what the consequences were if you were drinking while driving and everything.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Those ones. Yeah, yeah. I see. I saw a lot of those in school.
And what'd you think?
I was like, wow, I'm glad I don't do that. I don't even drink alcohol. I don't even drink alcohol.
Yeah, no, no. I'm sure you were like, oh, fuck that. I'm not gonna commit suicide. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
really.
that's what I was thinking when I was watching it myself. Yeah, Germ says I'll be in tears and I should really ask for red asphalt and the crushed and burnt bodies of this person. It's okay, Germ. Bring it on. That's what I just told Gorilla. Bring
Well,
it on.
you know
She said,
what's
"Well,
really,
where's my kid?" Okay.
you know what's it's racist. You pointed it out. Well, thank you,
Gee.
Gorilla.
Yeah.
But it's like,
Hey.
I thought it's kind of weird they chose to have two black dudes as the victims instead of two white dudes, right? It's like, I don't know. Is it racist?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I don't know if it's racist. I think it's stereotype maybe.
Well, yeah,
Because they
because
think they assume. Well, they assume that that minorities are the worst drivers, and you know, and I even saw like one or two where they said that women are the worst and worse than men. I don't agree with that. I
oh,
don't.
that's
'Cause I
that's a total trope. Is women are horrible drivers, right?
no, no, no. They
But
don't
I mean,
know
it
what they're
is a
doing.
common theme with a lot of folks. But I'll tell you what,
Yeah,
Mikey, what's scary is it's not the drunk drivers or it's the people that are sober and still drive like idiots. Because
yes.
I almost died a month ago. I don't know if I've told you guys this, but I
Yeah, you
was
did tell
back.
us.
Yeah, I was heading to work, and I'm like two-thirds of the way through an intersection with a green light, and this jack off drives in front of me in a big black pickup truck. So I got to slam my brakes on because I only missed him. I would have T-boned him if I hadn't slammed my brakes on because he was
Yeah,
about 4 feet in front of me. And
I know.
thank God I had no cars behind me, or else my car would have been smashed and ruined, and they would have written it off, right? Because I drive an old wreck basically, even though it's a great car. It's only got a book value of like $1,000. And I'll tell you, man, that's not the way you want to start your workday. With your heart pounding in your mouth, so to speak, thinking, "Oh, well, I just escaped near death there. That's great." And then you got to go on, to the office for 9 hours and work, right? It was not a fun day. I'll tell you that, man. Oh, it's like, oh
Yeah,
God.
I hope. Yeah, I hope we haven't made Gorilla angry. He says first you biatch. We don't pit enough minorities in movies, but then when we do, bitch, because of the role they get.
Well, they got a
Uh,
negative role though, right?
oh
They were a
wow.
couple of drunk
Germ says that
drivers.
women, yeah, even Germ says women are god awful drivers. I trust some drunk men over most sober women.
Well,
I
that's
don't know if
nothing.
that's really true.
There-
Well, okay. I'll give
Nothing.
you an example. Yeah.
Nothing sexist about Germ's comment at all.
Oh no, no, not at all. No. I'll give you an example. My Suzanne was driving with my mom. My mom was driving, and she went down the wrong way of a one-way street. Didn't
Oh, you
even
don't
know what
want
was
to do that.
happening. No. And
You're
my
breaking
mother
up, Mikey. You're going into
kind of
Dalek
panicked.
mode.
She didn't know what was going on. And
Oh, you're
luckily,
good now.
Suzanne was able to,
Hello. Hello. Earth to Mikey.
yeah. And oh
Your
man,
your internet's doing something weird again, man.
yeah, it's still doing weird stuff. But anyway, long story short, so here I was driving with my first ex at the time, and I'm going, downtown San Francisco, and a lot of their
Oh
streets are
God.
one way, and a lot of their streets are one way streets. Quite a bit along.
I've driven in San Francisco because I actually
I
went down
know
there. I
it's
went down there
insane.
in when did they have the big earthquake in the 80s? So I went down there like a few months later.
1989, 1989. I went
Okay,
there a year after that earthquake because I went to visit one of my last aunts who was still alive, Aunt
cool.
Florence. And
Neat.
I'm just driving down there, and all of a sudden I realized I'm on a one-way street because here comes a whole bunch of cars ready to come
There's a
and pull
lot.
it and kill me.
Yeah, there's a lot
And
of them. Yeah.
yeah, and I was like, I wasn't freaking. I was thinking, okay, I know I can make a turn somewhere. I just got to find a place. Next thing I know, my
Before I go head
passenger,
on.
exactly. Next thing I know, my passenger, like I said, my first ex wife, and she became an ex wife for reasons other than that. But she's like freaking going, damn it, Michael, like, come on, get out of it. And I'm like,
We're
what?
gonna die.
Calm. Yeah, we're going to die. And I'm like, calm down. I know what I'm doing. So I drove, and then I found the parking lot. I drove into it. Lo and
That's good.
behold, I found out it was the California Department of Transportation, and it's where they do the driving test.
Excellent. I
So
gotta
I
say though,
avoided getting
Mikey,
killed. So I avoided getting killed because I calmed down at that moment.
that's
And
pretty
I
good.
told Suzanne, yeah, and I told Suzanne later, I said, thank you for doing that for mom because mom, unlike me, she's a freak when we're driving, and, we've had mom drive, on vacations we used to take as kids and stuff, and that was
Okay.
fine. But, I felt that mom just needed a steady hand, and thank God Suzanne was there to help her. So, yeah, no, I think most women do have panicky situation, but honestly, Germ, I don't think it's fair to compare them with a drunken man. Besides, whoever it is, man or woman, if they're drunk and they're driving, they do not belong on the road at all. That's it. Final. They do not belong.
Well, the
So
sad thing
yeah.
is there are plenty of people that are sober driving on the roads that drive like complete morons anyway, right? Because
Oh,
I've experienced
absolutely.
them. Believe me, I've experienced them. There was like one time, Mikey, when I was driving
No.
home. I was driving home from work,
Hi,
and
Ultima.
this this guy comes up to me in this really hot car, right? Like tailgating me. So I pulled over into the slow lane and let him pass. But this nut, he was like riding my butt, like 5 or 6 feet behind my bumper, right? And
Yeah.
it's nuts because I was probably doing a good 60, 70 myself, and this it wasn't good enough for this clown, right? He still had to basically push me out of the way, which I was happy to do. But some of the drivers, there's actually in this town there's a lot of rich people. And I remember reading one day on my lunch break. I look at the local news once in a while, right? And there was like
Right.
a dozen cars that were impounded because the drivers were exceeding the speed limit so highly. They were going like over 100 miles an hour within the city limits, right? Which is nuts, totally endangering everybody's lives. So they
Yeah.
got their vehicles impounded, but we're talking like, $500,000 Ferraris and Lamborghinis and stuff, right?
How about that, man?
Because those people live in this town where they got more money than they have sense, right? And it's like it just blows my mind that people with that kind of resources can just buy a car worth that
Uh,
much and be idiots. And I
and
remember
and
reading,
and drive like that. Yeah. And
yeah,
you know what? If you and I and trust me, I know Dana probably agrees with me with this. I don't condone road rage by any means, but
oh no,
if the person, but if the person who's doing something is just not, is not adequate at driving or is inept, then that person doesn't belong on the road. And
oh totally.
you probably had every right to act a little road rage toward him, but without, maybe literally going after him with, say, like with a weapon or or using your
Well,
car as a weapon.
to be
It could,
honest, if
yeah,
something happens on the road when I'm driving, I get to the road rage point where I'm just so upset. I'll just try and pull over somewhere safe until I calm down, because that's the worst time to continue driving is when you're upset and you're distracted. Because
yes,
I always like to have my full attention on what I'm doing when I'm on the road, because I actually got buzzed in Vancouver years ago by somebody that was a near miss, and then I go to do a left turn at an intersection, and the road's completely clear, right, from what I
right.
could see. Anyway, in the turn lane, this jackass in a hot, souped up sports car decides he's not going to turn after all. So he pulls out into the direct lane and plows right into me.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. And guess what? Guess who got found fault?
You?
Me.
Oh,
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I know.
That's insane.
It pissed me off so much because I got out of the
Oh,
car and we were both fine, of course. I asked the guy, "Are you okay?" And he was like, "Yeah." And then some lady came running out of the apartment that was just there, and she says, "Are you all right?" And I said, "Well, my knee's kind of sore because I did bang my knee pretty bad, and it was kind of sore for a few days, but luckily there was no serious injuries or anything." But yeah, basically, I had to get my car repaired, take it to a garage, spent a whole pile of money, and this jackass, claimed, filed a claim with the insurance company, and I ended up getting docked, you know,
yeah.
and he went away scot free, and it was like I was pretty PO'd, to
Wow.
say the least. You know,
Okay, PvP. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and
go for it.
catch us
Yeah,
up. Okay.
I will be glad.
Ultima Wolfgang is also new to my chat. I've seen him a few times before. Welcome again, Ultima
Well,
Wolfgang.
hi, Wolfgang.
Yo yo yo. Uh, yeah. Gorilla says accident in San Francisco won't be so bad. All the poop coating the car will soften the impact. Okay, well then you drive down a one-way street in the middle of San Francisco day traffic and encounter 20 cars ready to bear down on you, and you're going down the wrong way on that one-way street. I'm just pointing that out as a scenario, Gorilla. And if you were there, how would you handle it? Right? I mean, seriously. Hi, Mikey.
You did, Dad,
Dadman
man.
talking. Dadman
Hi,
is lemon
gentlemen.
pie. How are y'all doing tonight? We're doing great, Ultima.
Yeah, I'm
We're
doing
just
okay.
shooting the you know what, the poop.
I'm just
Okay.
relaxing after four days at work. Finished yesterday, and oh, it feels so good because we got a long weekend, right? Because of the Labor Day Monday.
Yeah,
So,
and the kids are out of school on both
oh,
fronts.
I'm
Yeah,
telling you, I'm so relieved.
Canada and states, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, I'm so relieved to have that extra day because basically I wouldn't even been online all day because I've been online. I was with Jill
Yeah.
earlier for like 4 hours, and then I've been on with Gorilla for like 3 hours, and now I'm on here for who knows how many hours. So
Well,
I
hopefully
basically
only
spent my
four.
whole day online.
Hopefully only four. That's what we're shooting for,
But
because
that's okay. Like
I'm
I
actually limited. Well, I'm just saying I'm kind of limited by StreamYard. They only give you on the free plan 20 hours total. And yeah,
Oh,
and I agree. No, and I agree with Gorilla that if you're still in the middle of the stream and you run out of your time frame, they'll let you finish and then you're done. So
the thing
I
is,
hope to at least, yeah, I hope to at
this
least finish at least a couple hours to spare, so I know when I can come back.
well, this is
So
September 1st though,
oh,
so
hi, Ultimate Lemon Pie says.
shouldn't it roll over to the new month, Mikey?
No, it actually rolls over. When you get close to the time PvP, what happens is it rolls over a month later. So like the last time they did
What?
a reset, yeah, the last time they did a reset for me was August 18th. Once I run out of 20 hours, my next reset won't come until September 18th.
So you're talking like almost 3 weeks.
Yep.
Well, that's BS, to be
Ah,
honest.
that's why I don't like StreamYard. And you know how Pop suggested I do Starlink? Well, Starlink, and I told this to Daniel earlier, Starlink has us in what they call a dark zone, a black zone. So what that
Hmm.
means is we can't get it until at such time as the Wi-Fi and satellite accommodates Starlink itself, which means basically the winter of 2024 or as such time as they deem it necessary to fill in their coverage. But there's no coverage at all where I'm at. None. And
I
I told
imagine
that to
there's
Pop, and Pop said, "Oh, damn, that's terrible." And I'm like,
I
"Yeah, of
imagine
course
yeah,
it is."
I imagine there's nothing here in Western Canada either then, from what
No,
you're saying.
no, there isn't. And I checked. I looked for you, and you guys don't have
Wow.
yet. Yet you're in blank zones, they call them, or a
Oh
dark
well.
zone. Yeah, I know. I checked their
I'm
map.
in the dark zone.
I checked their whole map. I
See,
mean, Pop
I
didn't
s-
think that
I
I would
s-
look for it, and I did. And I was like, I didn't see anything.
I
Nothing.
suddenly feel like a Star Wars villain being in the dark zone.
Yeah, a stiff. Ultima says hi. Um, yeah, Ultima says I forgot. I need to change my username on here to match my Discord since I changed to LOL. Gorilla says there'll be so much crap on the car you could hit each other at 40 miles an hour and won't even have a dent and leave a dent. So
Okay,
just so
I
you guys
want to
know.
quickly tell my story about driving in San Francisco.
Yeah, and I joined
Well,
on the 18th. So no, I just want to throw this out. He
go
says it
for it.
restarts on the day of the month of when you join. Yes, I joined on the 18th of one month,
Oh,
and so that's what it does is it resets
okay.
every 18th of the month. So I'm
That
held
makes
bound by
sense then.
that. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead,
That's
PvP.
okay. No, I just wanted to mention it was right after about 4 months after the earthquake. So that was what, 1989, you said?
Yeah, 1989 was during the World Series.
I remember seeing the baseball game where it started shaking,
Yep,
and that was very weird. So
game
anyway,
2, and my Florence. I told you my aunt Florence was still alive, so I went
mhm,
there with my ex-wife to go visit her. This was a
right,
year after we got, you know, a year
right,
later,
yep.
and Market Street was in flames for like 3 whole weeks, and the thing that kept Aunt Florence awake and with nightmares was that she kept hearing sirens come from all the emergency first responders every single day of every single hour of every single minute during that 3 week period of
It
time.
was a mess. Like I
Yeah,
guess I would have gone. I went down there with two of my art school buddies in I guess early 1990 during our spring break, which I'm guessing was maybe in April or something.
right.
Um, so instead of studying, myself and my two crazy friends decided, hey, let's just pile in my car and do a road trip, drive down all the way down to San Francisco for the week, right? Which we
Yeah,
did, which was probably one of the highlights of my life, to be honest, Mikey. It's like we had all our cassette tapes back when cassettes were the way you listen to music in a car, and I
yes.
had my crappy little Pontiac Acadian, which actually was a fantastic. It was a great little hatchback car. It really
I know.
was. That little sucker.
I'm not. Yeah, I know. I'm not laughing, but I think it's ironic that you drove that kind of car. The one we drove was an AMC Concorde semi hatchback.
that's pretty similar, isn't it? If I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
very similar to the Plymouth. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
but it
And
was a
try to
great.
keep it on the hill, and try to keep it on a San Francisco hill in parking brake, no less.
Well, I didn't
That's
do that.
hard.
I wasn't that
No, thank
crazy.
God. Yeah, exactly.
Anyway,
I did. I did. That was nuts.
oh no, oh no,
I tried to keep it up there, man.
oh
Yeah, it
shit.
started slipping, and I was like, "Oh, damn!"
I I would
Yeah, I was
I would
scared,
never
man.
try I would never try to park on those San Francisco hills because they're nuts. Like I wouldn't want to live in San Francisco actually because it was just too much, hilly terrain
Hello, everyone.
for my liking. Anyway, I just want to continue my story. Um,
Yeah,
so
go for it.
we piled in our car. We left Vancouver. We got across the border. It was pretty funny actually. We get this border guard, and he's like, "Okay, why are you entering the U.S.?" And back then you just needed to show your birth certificate. It was like one big country basically. There was like almost no border, right? So we show our birth certificates, and this guy's like, "Okay, why are you heading down to the States?" And we were like, "Oh, we're art school students, and we're going to see the San Francisco Museum of Art." And he's like, "Okay, good enough." And he waves us through, right? I thought that's hilarious. I bet that would
Wow.
never happen now. If you had three long-haired art students, you'd probably get pulled over and searched or something. But
Oh,
it was
yeah, or maybe
good
maybe
days.
they'll pull you over on the Golden Gate Bridge and question you, but they can't because there's nowhere to pull off.
Oh yeah, that's a memory though. I actually drove over the Golden Gate Bridge
Isn't that
in my,
awesome?
in my early 30s, and it was awesome, Mikey.
Yeah.
It's a memory I'll never forget. That was a hell of a road trip because we got through Seattle, Portland, Washington, and We drove along the Oregon coastline, which is
Beautiful.
absolutely beautiful. It's
Oh, I love
absolutely
that drive.
gorgeous.
Astoria, all of those
Oh, it's
places. Oh
it's
my God,
so beautiful. And we drove through
it
the
is.
redwood forest in Northern California, right, with all the, 1,000-year-old redwood trees.
Oh yeah,
And oh my God, it was a really memorable trip. And of course, at
gorgeous.
night, we'd crash in some cheap motel and buy a bunch of cheap beer and cigarettes and, party for a while before we crashed. So it was fun
That's
that way too,
awesome.
right? And
Yeah, yeah,
we were constantly playing our tunes. Like the three of us had brought a collection of our own cassettes, so we were introducing each other to bands we'd never heard of, and that was pretty awesome too. Because I actually discovered some really great bands from my two buddies. And anyway, we finally, after about 2.5 days, got down to San Francisco, and then one of my friends actually knew people down there, right? So we went the
yeah.
first night and crashed at their place, which was like it was incredible. It was like I don't know, it was not like a studio apartment, but it was like an old warehouse, and the place was huge, right? I mean, I don't have no idea who the guy was that owned it, but it was immense. I mean, it was totally immense, and so we had a good time, and got a good sleep. But you know, one of my friends got kind of sick, and it was like, I think we're gonna just go and anyway, the two of us went and rented a hotel room in downtown because they were gonna have a big party, and my friend wasn't into it because he wasn't feeling well. So we went
Right.
and we got a cheap hotel, which was fine. And but yeah, and then I guess it was the next day we probably got back together, and we said, we got to head back, right? Because
Yeah,
we've been on the road like five days or whatever. Now we got to get back, within the week. So we basically ended up driving back. We went through Nevada and hit Reno and did some gambling. And my one friend was like totally blown away because I don't know if you've ever seen what Reno looks like, but it's all these flashing lights everywhere. It's
yeah.
really crazy. And my one friend was like running down the street, just, shouting with joy because he couldn't believe it was like Disneyland or something for him. He couldn't believe that
Oh
anything could be
sure.
this flashy, right?
Right.
And so yeah, that was fun. And anyway, we got back home safe and sound. And,
That's
I guess
cool.
that's pretty much it. And oh, the
They,
one-way street thing, the one-way
yeah,
street. That's the one thing I remember is I didn't ever go down the wrong way on a street, but the drivers in San Francisco were nuts back then. They were
absolutely.
nuts. Like we got out, parked the car and we got out and walked around downtown for a while. And, even if you were at intersection with a green light, you better watch out because people would just run those lights like lunatics. And people were just like driving 90 miles an hour everywhere, it seemed. It was crazy.
Yeah, back then they never considered putting in uh those, the lights that take your picture if you run through them. If you run
Right,
around it, or caution lights, yellow lights, anything. If you ran
right.
through that, they never had anything put into place. But when you saw a
Yeah.
lot of people start to die at intersections, or even like down near the Embarcadero,
I'll tell
yeah,
you. Yeah.
they put them in. They put them in.
I
So
could
when we
believe
were,
that. Yeah,
yeah,
I could totally believe in San Fran back in those days. It was nuts. Like people would.
what
I was actually relieved once we found we got up our place and we parked and I didn't have to drive in that town anymore because honestly, the drivers in San Francisco back then were just lunatics. They were just absolute lunatics. It was
well, yeah,
horrendous, really.
right. Well, just a long story short, when my wife and I were coming back to Toronto, we decided to stay in a nice place. We still had our cats at the time, our kittens, our cats, and we
Right.
stayed in a place called a Holiday Inn Express, which was just outside of the city. You
Uh,
cross the Golden Gate Bridge, you go on the one, and there's a nice Holiday Express there in Mill Valley, and we just decided to stay at that Holiday Inn Express just outside the city, and they were
right.
so accommodating. Our pets were also our support pets, so they gave us a really nice discount for the cats, and we allowed them to stay in the hotel room. They didn't have to go anywhere. They could stay there and play, and you know
Gee, that
take their
sounds really
poop,
good.
and in the litter box, and take a shit and do whatever they had to do.
That
And
sounds
my
great.
wife and I, yeah, and my wife and I took the rental and we went into town and parked at outside parking lot there, and we walked down over. It had easy access over to Pier 39, which by the way is gone. None of that exists anymore. It's all been
Really.
gone. Yeah, that's how bad the city is
Well,
turned out.
the weird thing is, Mikey, when I think I was in San Francisco a couple of times because I went there with my buddies at one time, and then there was I remember I flew down by plane with my mom for a holiday because we didn't
Yeah,
get too much time together, but every once in a while we'd schedule something where we could have a couple days together. Bless her soul. And
yeah,
there was a Robert Rauschenberg exhibition at the San Francisco Art Museum. I don't know
yes.
if you're familiar with his art at all.
Uh,
He's
well,
one of
I'm
my
not familiar. Yeah, my brother would know him because he's a big art history major. So my
okay,
brother would know him, but I don't know him that well. But I do
yeah.
know where the San Francisco Art Museum is, the House of Fine Arts.
Oh, I
That's
forgot
really
to
that nice
mention
place.
when I went there with my school pals after like 4 months after the earthquake, they were
Yeah,
still cleaning up the rubble from there was that overhead highway that collapsed and crushed a bunch of people.
yeah.
If you remember.
That was the San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge.
Yeah, and
That
there was a
that's where
lot
that
they were
happened. Yeah.
still cleaning the mess up, it was horrendous.
Oh
But
yeah. Well,
anyway,
when we went, let me just interject real quick too.
sure.
When we went, my ex and I, when we went, uh, that highway that I guess they call it like State Route 91 or US
There was an
91 or whatever it
elevated
was.
highway, and
Yes,
people on the bottom got crushed,
yeah,
basically.
but the entire highway was gone. They had removed all of the damaged upper parts, the supports, the beams, everything.
Yeah,
So when you drove into town across the rebuilt Bay Bridge, because I knew which way to go in,
right.
that whole freeway was gone. Everything was just cleared out, and all the rubber removed and everything. And it was like seeing an entirely different city. Like I didn't even
Yeah.
recognize it. I was just like, wow,
Yeah, it was very freaky because I just want to mention too, when my
you know.
buddies and I went to the art museum, right, to see the art, uh,
And
when I was down there, during the spring break trip.
like I said, driving into the city was just crazy. It was amazing.
Oh, it was crazy to be there in the aftermath of a major earthquake like that. Like I've never experienced anything like that, you know, personally, thank goodness. But anyway, I just want to mention I forgot originally when my buddies went on our spring break, road trip. We got to the art museum and we walked up the staircase to get up to the art displays,
Yes,
and the building had suffered some major damage. I guess it was still structurally sound, but there were cracks along the walls in the staircase as we walked up, that there were probably like 6-inch wide cracks in the wall. You could literally
yeah,
stick your arm in them, right?
yeah. You were
That's
on
how
a
big
hill,
these
right?
cracks were.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is the Museum of Natural History. It sounds like so you were on a
It was
circular
the
hill.
San Francisco Art Museum. I can't remember the exact title, but yeah.
Well, the one that kind of looks like something from Washington D.C., which they have outdoor exhibits, is the Palace of Fine Arts,
That's
and
it.
then they okay.
That's it. I
So
think
that's
that's
where
it.
you were, the Palace of Fine Arts. Okay, I know
Yeah.
where that is. Yeah,
But it was
yeah, that's
shocking.
cool.
It was totally
Yeah.
shocking to see, cracks that enormous in a wall, like a
Oh
very
yeah.
solid wall too, that had probably been there for like maybe 100 years, and the thing just cracked wide open, right?
Right.
It was quite well, it was an experience. Let's put it that way. It really
All I
was,
know
yeah.
is, yeah, all I know is according to my aunt Florence, who now has been passed away for a while, rest in peace. But from
Okay.
what I remember of what she told us was that the whole city was different. Everything changed after that earthquake. It only lasted for like a few minutes, not even like 10 minutes, probably less than that. And it caused more damage than it ever did, you know, barring the 1906 earthquake, which was way further back in the past and was major damage
Yeah,
then.
we're talking like the major earthquake where a lot of the city went down in flames, kind of thing.
Yeah, in 1906. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
My
that was
my
yeah,
my
horrible.
dad's dad, yeah, my dad's dad, my grandpa had newspaper articles way back when talking
Cool.
about the earthquake through the San Francisco Chronicle. That was the main
Yeah.
newspaper back then.
Yeah,
And so in the
I have wa
89,
yeah.
right, so in the 89, uh, my Aunt Florence showed me all the highlights and all the different articles, and I was so blown away. It was
I yeah,
just
I
had to
have
say,
I have watched a lot of videos about the great earthquake in the early, 1906 or whatever, and, I mean, there's just a lot of documentation, right? There is, I think, video and at least a lot of still photos of the devastation that the
oh,
city was
very
in,
much so. And
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 it's
and when
it's
you see
really
the
scary.
devastation, yeah, and when you see the devastation, especially on the Bay Bridge, at the angle, where like it broke, literally just broke in half and plotted
Mm,
down, and you see where the cars, went down into the lower part of
Jesus.
that bridge, and I'm just like, wow, just absolutely blown away. And like I said, when my aunt told me that, the whole area she lived in was in flames, for a month
It's
straight and
scary.
she couldn't go anywhere. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
very scary. Yeah.
I mean, what happened was it broke she has a stairwell, okay, that's indoors, and it
Okay.
goes to her, and it was going down to her basement where she would have her car. Well, she doesn't drive anymore back at that time, but where she used to have her car, and then has her washer and dryer set up and everything.
Right.
When the investigators had to come by her house, they were worried that the pipes and things were broken. The
Oh,
stairwell was broken, and they had to repair it. And it's a wooden stairwell, but it used to
obviously,
be
yeah.
brick, but it was brick and it was destroyed, so they had to fix it. But
Shit.
luckily, that was the only major damage she suffered. The one thing they were really worried about was gas leaks, and they were worried
That's
about
what came
gas
to my mind.
pipes
If if
that
a-
were,
if there was a
yeah,
broken gas line or something, that could be very, very bad.
yeah. And my aunt said she said a special prayer because she knew, because she started to feel the shaking, and she knew something was going to happen, and she
Mm.
prayed to God that if it was God's will to spare my house, He did. Everybody else on her neighborhood had gas had gas leaks. They had fires. These people were
Really?
in danger. Yeah, and my aunt was one of the
Hmm.
few houses that was left standing
Well,
after the eruption.
I'm not an overly religious person, but when you tell me that story, Mikey, I have to think maybe prayer does have some value.
I think it does.
Hmm.
I
That's cool.
think it
That's
does.
very cool.
Uh, would you mind taking you and Daniel take over for a couple minutes? I got to step away.
Well, I can
Man
take
business.
over. Daniel's
Okay.
muted though, so I don't know if he's actually listening to us, but
Oh, I think he is. He might have
I
stepped away
should be
for
able to
something.
go for a couple of minutes on something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, Daniel, you got any topics you'd
Cool.
like to discuss here? Like,
Mm,
oh, Mikey's
uh,
dropping out.
You, you and Daniel
you know,
handle it.
I'm having it kind of
I'll
rough
be
now.
right
I
back.
can't play video games no more because my Switch controller is broken. I don't know
Ouch.
what to do.
Hmm.
I don't know how to replace it. I can't. Like everything is for its own system, right? So if I'm gonna have to buy a completely new system, you
Huh.
know, and that's like what, another $500 down the drain just to play
That
video games again.
that yeah, that's not good. Jeez.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so frustrated.
How did your game system get broken? Like, what
Well, no,
happened?
the controller got broken because it fell on the floor.
Oh,
I was in bed at the time, but then all of a sudden I'm in bed. I hear it crashing on the floor.
oh man.
Yeah, because my mom was moving some things around the
Uh
room,
oh.
and oops, it fell on the floor. And now it doesn't work anymore.
So there's no way just to replace the controller? Like,
No, no, I don't think so. I mean, I think
that,
everything is for the system. Like everything is everything is linked to the system.
huh. So the controller doesn't have like a separate plug-in or anything.
No, it's wireless.
Oh shit. Okay. Well, that does sound like a real bummer, man. I gotta
I
say.
just bought it. I just bought it like a few months ago, and
That
I just
sucks.
I don't know.
That's bad. Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah, I hate it when stuff like that happens. It's like my cell phone. I had it on my desk, and then one day I look over at it, and I guess the battery exploded or something because it all split apart, and it's like, well, that's great. My cell phone's dead. It's like, oh, wonderful. So it's like, yep, I can feel your pain, man.
yeah.
It sucks when technology goes bad.
What happened to the good old days? The old systems, like all the way up to the early 2000s. Like if the controller broke, you could just buy another one.
Well, yeah, that's what I got here. I've got a controller that I plug in USB to my computer if I want to go online and play like Fortnite or whatever online, right? And it's easy enough to replace. So yeah, it's kind of nice when you can just plug stuff in and just work with it, right, or replace it.
Mm.
It's like my headset. That's USB too. With that, I'm chatting with you right now, and I actually had a crappy headset like probably a year ago, which was kind of dying. So I actually replaced it with the one I've currently got, and it's been working like a little gem for the last year or so. So, but yeah,
Hey, I'm back. Back with my
hello.
business. Yeah, I'm not gonna
Uh,
start dropping N bombs. You're hilarious, Gorilla. Yeah, sure.
Girl is
No,
an entertaining fellow.
he is. Daniel just called Nintendo. Just call Nintendo, do a warranty claim, and just say it broke while playing. Yeah, that's a good idea, Gorilla. Yeah, tell them that Nintendo Switch wasn't supposed to break, and Daniel, and claim a warranty on it, claim the warranty, and then just have them replace it. It should come
Well,
out of their pocket, not yours. Yeah.
another thing, like Daniel said, it only broke. He only owned it for like a couple of months or whatever. So it should still be under some kind of warranty if you've had it for like less than a year, right? So I
Oh, I
definitely
agree,
call
and
them up. I
yeah, I
definitely
would
call
too.
them
And,
up and
and
say, "Hey, dudes, honor your warranty. There must be a warranty."
yeah, and Resolute Term says if it's an Xbox, you can easily part a new controller. That's absolutely true. Yeah, you can. and you don't
You
even have to
should
pay
be
that
able
much on a
to, yeah.
controller. Yeah, so they should be able to help you, Daniel.
Yeah,
Got
it's
some
like
good ideas there.
I got my little, you know, controller here that I just plug in, and I could always get a new one if I had to. I haven't played a video game in Jesus, it's got to be 6 or 7 months. So I just haven't had any interest in doing any online gaming lately, to
I
be
how old is
honest.
how old is uh how old is Jill really? How old is she?
Jill,
Yeah.
remember one time chatting with her on I guess it was a live stream, and she said she was kind of like in her getting up. It sounded like she was around her mid 30s,
Okay.
but she never gave
So
an exact number. But I'm guessing she's around because she mentioned I'm getting up there in my 30s. So when I hear someone say getting up there, I'm thinking, well, they must be at least 35, right? So
yeah, late yes.
I just thought,
Well,
okay, 35, I can believe that, right?
no, because Daniel let me know that he was 36, and I said, well, that's cool, and that you're still gaming, which is fun. I asked because if Jill is gaming around where she's like in her late 30s, then it makes total sense for Daniel to be able to get, that he's able to game, be a gamer at his age. I
Yeah,
know
I
when
don't know.
I stopped when I was in my 40s, is when I stopped. So,
I was really into Fortnite for a couple years, and somehow I just haven't. I just lost interest in it for like the last 6 months, and I haven't been on there in ages. So
oh, come on, Gorilla, she's not 19.
she's
Come on.
37. Wow, she's a bit older than I realized. Then
Yeah, she claims 37, but she's really 19. She's
no, it
not
sounds.
19.
I could see 37. Jill did say she was getting up in to the later 30s. So I just oh god, I got to stretch my legs. I'm just standing up. Oh, my
Oh
knees are
yeah,
killing
no.
me.
I like I said, I only saw Jill briefly when we did that first big long stream for Pop, to get him to Arizona.
Right.
I was there with you guys for like the first 3 hours, and then I had to drop out. But then, Gorilla got himself drunken and a little disorderly.
That was
He
when
doesn't
people
tend he
were
doesn't
doing
tend to remember
shots.
that, but he did. Yeah, he
It
was
was like
taking
shots for pop day, right?
yeah. So,
Well,
they're doing shots, and then Jill said she'd do something, and then, I guess they got her to show her true face, and so she showed herself, and man, she looked like a woman in the deer with the headlights, a female deer, or she was just like freaking out. Man, I'm
the
surprised
thing is,
Gorilla hasn't sold. I'm surprised Gorilla hasn't sold actual video, to people. Say, hey, this is Jill, from
actually,
anti-derivative Jill, and
Gorilla Gorilla did joke about actually doing that. Mikey is like doing a clip and selling it to people who wanted to see Jill's true face, which I
yeah,
thought was hilarious.
oh
Uh,
yeah.
are
He
you
said he
talking
was
about?
too drunk to remember what she said. Yeah,
I think you're talking about the one where Jill popped on her camera and took some shots of some liqueur.
yes.
It was like an Italian liqueur. I can't remember
But
exactly,
when
but
she first, but when she first showed her face, most people freaked, and they're like, "Whoa, she looks like a child," like a young teenager. And
oh,
I'm like, "Oh
Jill's a
no,
to-
no,
Jill's,
no."
Jill's a total sweetie. I
Yeah,
love Jill. Jill's awesome. I
yeah.
mean,
We all.
how can you not like Jill? Come on, like she's totally sweet.
Oh yeah, that's right. Gorilla did say he sold the timestamps of the face reveal.
There you go.
I still need to look
Actually,
for those.
I just want to mention though, Jill actually did appear on camera for a short time in
Amaretto,
Amaretto.
he
That's the
said.
liqueur.
Yeah, Amaretto was good.
Hazelnut. Yeah, that's a good liqueur actually.
I
But
had it before once. Yeah,
it's
it's
tasty
okay.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of
Anyway, I
like
just want.
I like the kind of liqueur that has the caramel. I don't know if you ever tried a caramel liqueur. It's actually a lot better. I love that.
Probably not, but maybe I'll think about it at Christmas time. Uh, so
With your
that's usually
eggnog.
what. That's the only time I treat myself to liqueurs because generally they're expensive and fattening, and so I only have them like once a year during the Christmas holiday. Um, but
Hey
yeah,
PvP, is that what you do most holidays? Is you like to put the the hard liquor into eggnog once in a while? Because it is actually a pretty good combo.
Yeah, I'll generally do that. Actually, most of the eggnog though will probably be mixed with some decent quality rum of some sort, because I find rum and eggnog kind of do go together quite well. So I'll
Gorilla,
usually get a
yeah,
ball.
Gorilla's gonna charge me 20. Yeah, Gorilla's gonna charge me $20 for Jill's reveal.
This is starting to feel kind of shady, actually, Gorilla.
Ooh,
It's like we get a
back
peek at Jill
back
for 20
behind the
bucks.
scenes.
I don't know.
Oh
That
my
sounds very
gosh.
shady.
We'll have to let Jill know that her face reveal's for sale.
I hope you're sending half of that money to Jill.
Yeah, you better send her $10 if I'm
You
giving
better pay
20.
her. She's the star. Anyway,
Yeah,
I
my
just wanted to mention Jill
yeah,
actually did do her reveal of her sweet little self months before that, because I think she was on a King Dolphin TV stream on King Dolphin's channel.
right.
And if I remember correctly, she did probably do her camera for maybe 10 minutes on that stream, and we actually got to see Jill. So it wasn't the first time, but yeah, I can't remember the damn stream though. It's been too long. But yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen her a couple
Gor-
times.
Oh yeah, Gorilla says he's a capitalist, and of course he says it's for a good cause. I I believe you, Gorilla. If you say it's for a good cause, I believe you. But right now I don't have $20 to put together, so I'm sorry. But if I did, I might consider it. But then of course my wife is worried about showing herself, and so I'm like, well, I'm not going to get my wife to show herself, you know, if she's scared about it. I'm not going to do that to my wife. I won't do that to Suzanne.
I
But
do admire I do admire Jill for having the guts to put her cam on for even a few minutes though,
oh, of
because
course, yeah.
she's
Well,
always
there
told
was,
me
yeah,
she's always told me anytime I've chatted with her privately that she's like a total introvert, right? And I'm actually amazed we've become such good friends over the last 6, 7, 8 months, whatever it's been. And we do hang out every weekend. She'll do her Star Trek streams for like 4 episodes on Saturdays, which I
I,
usually join in, even
yeah.
though
I
she's
liked her. Yeah, I liked her last Kelto Gaming where she did the Doom
mm,
game. Oh my god, that was so awesome.
yeah,
I
I love
hadn't seen
those
the
too.
Doom game. Yeah, I hadn't seen the Doom game in years. And here
Yeah,
she
it's
was
fun.
playing it, and I was like, wow, all the memories came flooding
Yeah,
back.
yeah, she's done a few
Yeah.
different games on there now, and it's a lot of fun. Unfortunately, she usually seems to do the damn games when I got to get up and work the next morning, so I
Oh
can only
no.
watch them for so long. But I
Well,
remember that stream, and I
yeah.
actually was. I'd had a few drinks, and I went on there, and I went on and on and on in the chat about the Dark Shadows documentary that I don't think I've mentioned on here tonight. And
Yeah, you showed her Dark Shadows, right. Yeah.
Jill got a huge laugh out of me though, and she actually, when I mentioned it today at the end of her stream before we signed off, I said, "Please consider watching it because it's really, really good." And she was like, "Yeah, I remember you talking about that on my game stream, and I thought you were really funny." So I guess I kind of made an ass out of myself, but
Well, you know what you
I
should
don't
do with
care.
PvP? Yeah.
I don't care.
What
It's all
you
good,
should
right?
Yeah, but you know what you should do with PvP is if you can come across the episodes where Barnabas finally does show his face, Barnabas Collins, if he does show his face finally, because I think somebody said it was like 200 or so episodes, if I
And
recall right,
he
until he
actually
showed
his,
himself.
his first appearance was episode 210, but we
Right,
only got to see his hand coming out of the coffin and grabbing Willie Lewis, the grave robber, by the throat. So it was
right,
actually an episode or two later when he actually appeared at Collingwood, knocking on the door, and introduced himself as the cousin from England, and
yeah.
started meeting the family. Which actually Jill and I watched that one. We watched three
Oh, cool.
episodes that I handpicked. Yeah, there's that one, and then
Oh,
the
nice.
next one, the Barnabas, and then we watched a color episode where the one where Barnabas was still human, and
Yes,
he got cursed by Angelique, and the vampire bat
yeah.
bit him on the neck and turned him into a
I
vampire.
turned him into a vampire.
It was
Yes, I
great. Yeah,
remember that one. Yeah, my
yeah, and
mother
Jill.
said Yeah, my mother said of that episode, she was like, "Whoa, who is this woman that just got him bit by a vampire bat?" I
She
said,
was
"That's
evil.
Angelique, mom." Yeah, no, that she's a bad person.
Yeah.
Uh, even a little kid like myself, 3 or 4 years old, I'm saying to my mom, "Angelique, bad girl." Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like, I knew,
she
even
was
I
a bad
knew. I was like, yeah, just
Angelique
crazy.
was a badass for sure. She was like an evil
Oh,
witch
she
or
was.
something, right?
But you know what? To be fair, I don't know if you saw the Dark Shadows movie that had Johnny Depp.
Oh, I hate that movie.
Oh, I understand, but I have to say,
Oh,
Eva Green. But I would have to say, Eva Green played a great Angelique. I think she did.
well, I guess I blocked it out of my mind because I'll tell you one thing. You know, the weird thing is, Mikey,
Yeah,
is that was the last performance that Jonathan Frid ever did because they actually flew himself and three other of the original cast members from Dark Shadows. I think the fellow
right,
that played Quentin and a couple of the female cast members, they flew them over to London, and the four of them had no idea why they'd been flown over there, right?
right.
And of course, by then, Fred was like in his early 80s, I think. And he was totally exhausted right after that long 20-hour flight or whatever.
Yeah,
But they,
Jonathan Frid. Yeah,
yeah, but they put them in a scene in the Dark Shadows movie with Depp, where Johnny Depp as Barnabas is welcoming them into the Collinwood in the
yeah,
doorway, and Barnabas walks through it. Fred walks through, and they just do this short scene, right? And
yes,
I in the documentary they mentioned that they did three takes of that, and after the three takes, Fred was totally exhausted because he was just getting to be that age, right? And
yeah,
then shortly after he flew back to Toronto. Um, but I just the weird thing is that was his last on-screen performance because he died like 3 weeks after the movie came out, right?
right. That's right.
He died in
They
April of
and
that
they did
year.
it. Yeah, and they did it as a dedication to him, or that
Yeah,
is what Tim Burton did. Yeah,
that's the
as a
only thing I like
dedication to
about
him.
the movie, but I thought the movie sucked. I mean, I think most Dark Shadows fans hate that movie, to be honest, because one,
Oh yeah,
one, you know, uh, you know, oh God, what's his face? What's his name playing Barnabas in that? Johnny
that
Depp.
Johnny Depp played Barnabas.
Johnny Depp did not understand. I didn't think he grasped the gravitas of the character at all. It was
I
almost
agree
like
with you. No,
it was like a
I agree with
comic book
you.
movie, right? And the
Yeah,
makeup. Did you think the makeup was horrible?
absolutely.
He was like this white face, vampire. I
Oh,
like
well,
what I
that made
liked
no
about the
sense.
well, what I loved about the TV series is Barnabas looked like a normal human being, right?
Oh yeah.
He could totally pass himself in the community as just a regular guy, as a regular human. In
Well,
the
like I
movie,
said,
Johnny Depp
yeah.
with that white face makeup looked like a total freak. Like he'd never be able to go out in public. People would be going, "What the hell is wrong with you, man? You need to get some
Oh,
suntan going or something." Like
oh,
I
I
just never got
yeah,
it.
yeah. I didn't quite get it myself. I don't know, Daniel. Did you ever see Dark Shadows the reboot? Did you see the Dark
Oh, it was
Shadows
horrid.
movie?
It was so bad.
What?
Did you ever see the Dark Shadows movie that had
Oh,
Johnny
never,
Depp?
never.
You're
Okay,
you're you're
okay.
lucky. You're very, very lucky.
Yeah, you're a lucky man. No, but like I said, to be fair, I liked Ava Green's depiction of Angelique because you remember Angelique was just not exactly like she had to maintain her youth by being bit before Barnabas did, and somehow she managed to pull it off. Throughout the series, if you remember it. But I I think that Ava did channel her inner Angelique, and I thought and I guess it makes sense. She did a better job acting in the movie than Johnny did because I liked Ava's depiction. I loved it. So, yeah.
Oh, this was something good then, I guess, because
Well,
after I saw the movie, I just blocked it out of my memory because
you
I
remember,
hated it so much.
sure. Well, I mean, PvP and Daniel, you remember Ava Green had done, uh, you know, that movie with Daniel Craig, the first Bond that he was in, Casino Royale, and I thought she
Yeah.
was great.
That
And
was a
then,
good film.
yeah, that was she played a great Vesperlin, according to the novels, and the Bond novels that talked about her, and I thought that was great. And then she does Angelique, for and I thought that's different for her. I said, this is supposed to be about Dark Shadows, but she's going to play Angelique, who was like the nefarious, villainess of this whole series. It was
Right.
her
Right.
fault that Barnabas ended up the way he did.
Well, she
And I
cursed
thought,
him. She
yeah,
cursed him.
exactly, exactly. And I thought Ava's channeled that inner Angelique, and I thought, yeah, she's got to be a great actress if she can do that, to channel a villainess like her. So yeah, I give it up to her. I thought that she did at least a much better job than Johnny Depp tried, and oh no, he just fell flat on his butt.
Johnny Depp walked through that movie like he was in sleep. I was so disappointed. And the sad thing is, Mikey, there were elements of the film that I actually enjoyed. But
Yeah,
overall, after I finished watching it, I thought, this is crap. It's just total crap. It
it's
does not
total
have
crap.
well
Yeah,
the original Dark Shadows TV shows, I mean, they were cranking it was a soap opera format, so you're cranking out 5 20-minute stories every week, right? Which is
every
insane.
week. Yeah,
Which is
yeah,
insane. Can you imagine, like, sometimes Jonathan Frid would have pages and pages and pages. He'd carry like an entire episode with dialogue, and he'd had like what? He'd had like maybe 12 hours to learn it. It's like
yes.
it's just insane, right? And it says a lot about his professionalism as a classically trained
I
Shakespearean stage actor, right? That he
yeah,
could do
I
that.
think yeah, it's like you said, he was in his early 80s when he did it, and so like he took it like a champ and did his scene,
Yeah.
and that was it because I watched some of the behind the scenes, right? So I understood why you came up with that reference, and I was like, yes, he was a total professional, and Johnny Depp respected him. I mean, he did. He
Oh,
was
I'm sure he
glad that
did.
he took the time to make that scene work, and
You
for
know
some people to say, "Wow,
the thing
that's
I
him."
don't understand though, Mikey, is like I've heard Burton and Depp actually really liked Dark Shadows, the series, but yet it doesn't come through in the movie they ended up making because when I watch it, it's like it's got nothing in common with the TV show
No,
because the TV show was so atmospheric and creative, and they had all the time travel stories and the alternate dimensions, and it was
one
a really
reason,
incredible show.
yeah, one reason the movie failed for me is it didn't have the ambiance. I think that was why
Mm,
I loved the soap opera so much as a little
the
kid.
ambience,
The
yes, the
ambiance of it,
atmosphere.
the atmosphere. Yes,
The atmosphere
and
was
the movie had
incredible.
nothing. The movie had nothing to
Hey, Mikey,
with that.
I'm just
Yeah,
gonna. I want to ask. I'm going to post the Dark Shadows documentary on the chat here, if you don't mind.
yeah. Put it in the chat there in the private chat, and Daniel, if you want to check it out,
Oh, do you
it's
want
totally
private, or
cool.
can I put it in the public? Because there might be people that want to
Oh
see
yeah,
it.
put it in the public too. Sure, sure. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'll finish up here real quick. So Gorilla says, "Wait, I think I remember a quick face reveal once of Jill. Anyone want that timestamp? I'll PM you. Timestamp the 20s." Lemon says the game streams are fun. Yeah, she does good game streams. The Calto Gaming
They
is
are
actually
fun.
kind of cool. He does say though, but yes, they are quite late at night. Yes, totally. Gorilla
She
says, "I was
does tend
kidding,
to go
Mikey.
on late,
I know you were
unfortunately.
kidding. Gorilla, I love you, brother. We all love you. Daniel, PvP, Jay, everybody here loves you. We know you're kidding, all right? You're cool, man. Don't worry about anything. You
Yeah,
don't need to
we
apologize for
know
anything."
we know you're good, Gorilla. There's no
Yeah,
worries, man.
he said this will be the last chat. I really need to fall asleep.
Yeah,
Okay,
you should
brother.
get to
Well,
bed. It's like 11 o'clock your time, man. Go get
yeah,
some
to get
sleep.
some rest. And when you see your daughter, tell her all the best from us, okay? Please. Tell your daughter all the best from us, all right? Please do that. Because
I
that
posted the
means the
Dark
world.
Shadows link in the public and private chats just to be on the safe side. So
Okay. Totally cool.
it
Yeah.
really
Well,
is. It really is an incredible documentary, though. Like, you know me, Mikey. I when I lock onto something I think is really excellent, I will go on and on ad nauseum about it because I guess I do that because I just have
yeah.
great enthusiasm for things I love, and
Okay.
it's kind of like probably 6 months ago, I was begging Jill to watch the Avengers TV show from England, right? With
Yeah.
Emma Peel and John Steed, because I knew she'd love it if she ever get a chance. And she was like, nope, 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 nope. For a couple of
Oh,
months, I was bugging her, right? And
yeah.
then
And Gorilla
I,
says, I'm sorry, real quick. Damn it, this will be the last chat. I only worry about the bodies in the backyard. Well,
well,
don't let your daughter see them.
you better finish burying them before you hit the sack, there, Gorilla. My advice.
No kidding. Jeez. Yeah, your daughter might say, "Hey, Daddy, what's that big mound over there in the corner?" Oh, it's just a hill
what's
for you to
what's
climb
that?
on.
What's that
No big
thing out
deal.
there in the backyard?
Oh my gosh.
Oh
But I'm
God, Gorilla's
sorry. I
hilarious.
just had to point that because I knew you were gonna laugh. But yeah, go ahead and
Gorilla's
finish PvP. Go
Gorilla's one
ahead.
of my favorite people on YouTube. He's so much fun.
I love him too. I
He's
do.
great.
He's
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 totally
he's
awesome.
comic relief, which if pop streams seem to get crazy, Gorilla's right there to put in the zinger and make us all
Oh
laugh
yeah.
out loud. Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way: our Monday night Lost in Space streams would not be the same without Gorilla there.
I know, I
Because
know, and
we got like the perfect balance. There's Gorilla, Jill, Pop, and myself, the four of us, and somehow we seem to have this chemistry that works.
yeah,
And we get lots of people popping in the chat, and it's such great fun. Like I love talking about Lost in Space because
and
it's such a fun show, right?
yeah, and actually, I hung in there. I don't know if you guys recognized, but when I was there in the last panel with Pop and Nemesis of Eden for for the Night of the Living Dead, and I
Right.
didn't go out once. I didn't drop. I had maybe two moments, maybe I think, where I sort of revived, but not too much. And
That's
I
good.
stayed and I maintained, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is so much fun!" I forgot what it was like to be a part of another panel for a while. And then I sat in on another friend of mine's panel, um, Raquel, I think it was, and Raquel was showing herself SSG, and I was like, "Oh, that's interesting." And she says, she's in her 30s, but she definitely does not like she's in her 30s. And I know, Daniel, you said you're 36, but my friend, my brother, you still do not look like you're 36. You look very young. He really does. But yeah, I mean, like the last couple times, no problems. But it just, I don't get it. I don't understand why StreamYard likes to be difficult, and moments where, like, I know Gorilla gets frustrated because there's moments that he feels like it's cutting out, nothing's working. Germ feels the same way, and then I feel the same way when I'm trying to do even webcams. I've looked at my last couple webcams and I was going, it's a webcam. It's not a StreamYard, it's webcam, and it's YouTube. I I was going, and I'm like, that's not me. I'm not doing that, But I guess you can't help it sometimes. What can you do?
Well, sometimes the internet and everything we use on it can do some pretty weird stuff. So
Yeah. Do you agree, Daniel? You're muted, my friend.
you're muted, Daniel.
Yeah, I agree.
Uh, yeah, you and Steampunk, yeah, Steampunk Raisin, Star
Yeah.
Raisin. Sorry. When you guys do your stream, do you sometimes find out that StreamYard's not behaving, or it tends to go out sometimes?
Uh, us? No, we don't.
Oh, okay. Well, you must have a stronger connection because,
Hmm.
like I said, I live in a dead zone for Wi-Fi, and they say it works, but I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes it's crazy, Daniel. It's insane. I'm glad that you're maintained with yours PvP.
Yeah.
I
Wow,
don't know
time
what I'd do
flies
if I could
by
talk.
really fast.
Yeah,
It's already Saturday, September the 2nd.
Yeah, and it's
I still have the
9 o'clock.
first year for another 3 hours, but just
Yeah,
after
it's
9:05 here at my time. But
just after 9. Um, Are
It's
you
crazy
are
though
you
that we're into
working tomorrow?
September.
Yeah, are you off the whole weekend then, PvP?
Oh, totally. Thank God. I mean,
Oh, thank
I've been
God.
working at home for 2 weeks now, like 4 hours or 4 days each of the 2 weeks. And actually, I
Wow.
gotta say, I love working at home because it's so much better. Like I don't have to put the business suit on. I don't have to spend 30 minutes a day commuting back and forth with crazy drivers on the road. Because I've seen some pretty close calls and a few
Yeah.
accidents, and it's not fun, right? So I'm relieved. And the thing is, I used to get up like about 2 hours before my shift to have enough time, to have a cup of tea and all that stuff, and do your morning things. I don't have to do the details, but it's like now I can get up. I start my shifts usually around 10 a.m. my time, so I can just set my alarm to wake me up at like 9:30. If I got half an hour to make my cup of tea and half wake up and start my shift, it's like it's all good, right? So I'm getting a little extra sleep and I don't have the pressure. And think about the price of gasoline, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
I was spend like what? Okay, it was half an hour a day times four is what? 2 hours, 2 hours a week commuting. 2 hours a week in gasoline would probably cost me, I don't know, $30 a week or something. So I'm
Right.
thinking, okay, 30 times
Oh, yeah,
four in a
hold on.
month is like $120 times 12 months is like a lot of money. I'm probably going to save at least $1,000 a year that I don't have to put in the gas tank, right? So that's
Yeah,
insane.
and I
But
and I did see. Oh yeah, I did see the documentary is there, Daniel. If after the stream when it ends, you can check it out. It's the and beyond the Jonathan Frid story for Dark Shadows. PvP has that in the private chat, so if you want to check that out before you leave, and after our stream ends tonight, it's right
yeah,
there.
I just wanted to talk a bit about it. It's really, really great. Like I'd always enjoyed Dark Shadows and particularly Frid's performance as the vampire Barnabas Collins. I
Of
thought
course.
he was an excellent actor in that show. And I've only seen maybe 100 episodes, and there's like 1,225 of them. So I've seen a small portion. Luckily, I've seen
Oh,
a lot of the good Barnabas ones, but it's something I could probably spend years of my life watching, which I probably should do because I really do like the show. The atmosphere, as you mentioned, Mikey, the atmospherics are incredible on that show, and that's one thing that's mentioned in the documentary is
yeah, that's
how the. Go ahead. Oh, you there? Hello. Oh, have you cut out again? I think you must have cut out.
it did. It kind of cut out. Don't worry, when it goes into silent mode for like a few seconds, I just have to wait till it comes back. That's
Oh,
usually how it
that's
is.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Go
just
ahead.
want to mention there is a part of the documentary where the actors talk about how how intense it was to do the special effects on the show for the like the effects teams and the production teams that were putting it all together every day.
Right.
And there's one actor says we kind of felt slighted as actors because often the complicated special effects would actually take center stage, in a particular episode because they had to basically, right? Because
Well,
you
they
got to
had to
have it
make it.
convincing.
Well, yeah, they had to make it realistic, right? Because
Exactly.
we're talking about. But also, don't forget, because it's a soap opera, they were talking about live TV. So they wanted
Exactly.
the people to be on their marks, especially Fred. Fred insisted on it. He said, if you guys are not prepared, if you're not ready, when the lights come on and this is live and we can't just stop, if somebody makes a mistake,
There were
and
no
go back.
retakes. Yeah.
Right,
If
there were
they
no
made it,
retakes.
there were even episodes where a stagehand would like, walk into the set and the wall would move. It was that crazy at times, right? It was like, oh my god! But that's part of the charm of the show, right, Mikey? Yeah, that's what made it kind of fun. Is like you never exactly knew what was going to happen,
Sorry, was a
and
little indisposed. Sorry. Yeah, no,
Well,
yeah, I
that's
was
a
laughing
yeah.
with you though, for sure.
Oh, it was great fun. That's why I love the show so much. It was like there was nothing pretentious about Dark Shadows. It had a great atmosphere with the gothic, mystical horror, scenario. Of course, you had Barnabas, Jonathan Fred at his best. You had an entire cast. Actually, one part of the documentary, one of the his co-stars in the show says Jonathan played Barnabas like he was playing Shakespeare.
Yeah,
He took it that seriously, like he was playing Richard III or something, right? Like a tragic, hero almost. And this guy, I can't remember which one of the co-stars it was, but he said Fred basically set the tempo. He set the quality of the show because he took it so seriously, and that set the tone for the rest of us as actors in the series. We totally locked into taking it totally serious as well. Like we never camped it up. This guy said, right? We never camped it up. We
right.
always took everything deadly serious in the script. And it shows because that's probably why it's such a popular show. And I just want to say, I think, Star Trek, the original series, comes to mind when I think about Dark Shadows because after like 50, 60 years, whatever it's been, there are still millions and millions of dedicated fans that absolutely love that show, that are
Yes.
so loyal and passionate. And Dark Shadows is the only other TV series that reminds me of TOS because there are still millions of passionate fans that love the
Well,
show.
well, the thing that I learned about Dark Shadows was is that because it was a horror style uh, soap opera, that it actually did set the bar for other shows. Like, you know, I like to think that Twilight Zone, with its own individual stories, kind of set the bar and began starting horror genre that you could see, you know, without being restricted, right? Without
Well,
any
yeah,
restriction,
Twilight Zone was 1959 when it began, till
right?
64, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, basically, Dark Shadows ran with it and said, "Why can't you have a horror style soap opera, you know, and
It
have
was
that run
brilliant.
every week?" It was brilliant for its time, and I loved it, and I loved it.
Well,
And what happened after that was you had Night Gallery, you had
well,
Kolchak, the Night
I
Stalker,
liked those shows too. Rod
and
Serling was not happy with Night Gallery because often it veered into comedy, but I still
yeah.
liked the series overall.
But what I liked too was is that Robert Zemeckis, who, if you remember, did some of the early HBO comic books for Tales from the Crypt, and then of course they put out the Tales from the Crypt movies later on and stuff. But
Okay.
Zemeckis was one of the first producers and directors that worked on Tales from the Crypt, and he said, "But you know what? We can actually use some of the Dark Shadows horror and also Tales from the Dark Side. We can use that in the storyboard like that." And he said, "We'll be able to have great Tales from the Crypt episodes that could follow that soap opera style of acting and, you know, getting serious and everything else." And it worked, and it worked. And Tales from the Crypt was one of my favorite early HBO shows that, they did episodic, horror, which was, how Dark Shadows started. And I was like,
Yeah,
oh my
I
God,
don't think I've
great
actually
stuff.
seen that series, Mikey. Come to think of it, but
You never seen Tales from the Crypt?
I don't
Oh
think I
man,
have.
you haven't lived. You need to go see
I
Tales
I,
from the
I
Crypt.
think there were a couple of movies with that title, were there not, that I actually did
Yeah,
see?
there was Tales from the Crypt, which there was a Tales from the Crypt movie that existed way back. I think I have it downloaded on my playlist of
Okay.
actual YouTube movies. It was free at the time. I'm not sure if it's free now, but it was free at the
Oh,
time.
I'm sure.
It
I'm
had
sure if I look
it
if
had
I
a
look enough, I'll find it.
yeah.
It's
Well, it had
amazing
a
what you can find.
yeah. Well, it had a young Joan Collins in it. Tales from the Crypt. It was
Oh,
very good. It was
was that
very
like
good.
shortly after she did Star Trek?
Uh, Possibly, I'm not sure. I know it was either late '60s or early '70s. I'll have to take a look.
Probably
Um,
not. Probably not too long after then. I'm guessing.
yeah, hold on. Yeah, hold on for just a sec, because there was at
No
least three
worries.
of them. Because one of them was called Tales from the Hood,
Huh.
which is
Okay.
about these four African American kids who end up in this mortuary in this, you know,
Oh God.
parlor, and they find out it's the devil who tells their stories how they died, and you
Oh
know,
jeez.
and it's so insane.
It
Let's
sounds
see
pretty
here.
crazy to be honest.
Absolutely. But the Crypt Keeper was played by John Casser, and he was so great. They had an animated series too of Tales from the Crypt, which was absolutely awesome.
I
I
remember
loved it.
the crypt keeper in the movie was like a puppet or something, was it not? Like,
Yeah. Now these are the film series. They had From Beyond the Grave. They had Doctor Terror's House of Horror, Torture Garden, The House That Dripped Blood. Tales
oh
from the Crypt
jeez.
was in 1972. That was the one with Joan Collins. Then Asylum, The Vault of Horror, and then the other one they had was Tales from the Hood. That was another one. So they had like
Hmm.
eight movies that were adapted from the
Damn.
comic books for Tales from the Crypt.
I
Such
did not
such
know
great
that.
stuff. Yeah, good
Wow.
stuff though. Loved them all. And that was John Casser. I can do his voice. It's so cool. Yeah. I want one of these days. I just want a kid to come up to me, and I'll start breaking into the Crypt Keeper voice, and freak the kid out. And he'll go like, "Whoa, Crypt Keeper's alive!"
Especially if the kid has no idea what the hell you're talking about. That'll really freak him out.
Exactly.
It's like, what the hell? Get away from me, you weird person.
You weirdo, you pervert.
Oh God.
Oh
I
man.
just want to discuss Jonathan Frizz's documentary a little bit more, if I may.
Yeah, go
Um,
ahead.
yeah, it's an hour and 41 minutes, and I've been begging Jill to watch this. She probably never will, but I remember when I was begging her to watch the Avengers for many, many months, and then it was a stroke of luck when I had to start working Fridays, so I could not go on her Friday tea times anymore. And she
Writer
said,
Foamies.
"Okay,
Yeah, Foamies.
it's your farewell stream. You can pick any subject you want to, and we'll watch it." And I was rubbing my hands together, going, ha, 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 ha. I know exactly what I'm going to get Jill to watch. So I picked two of the choice, best Avengers episodes that I could think of. Return of the original Cybernauts episode, and the one with the comic book guy. Oh God, I can't remember it. Anyway, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. And we did the stream. She loved it. She was like, "This is actually really good."
Yeah.
And
Now, did you
we
show did you show her the Avengers series that featured Rig, or did you show her the one with Joanna Lumley?
with Rig, Dan and
Rig.
Rig,
Okay.
Dan and
Good.
Rig.
Good. Okay.
Those 50 episodes are the definitive. Those to me are the only Avengers that really count. Even though the ones before with Linda Thorson are good as well.
Yeah, Thorson's okay. I got to see over the years, Thorson, Rig, Lumley, as like no, Rig set the bar like really high,
Rig,
and
yeah,
she was great, of course, and you know George Lazenby's only Bond film on Her Majesty's Secret Service is Tracy's. So yeah, she set the bar really high. She really did.
yeah, yeah. Rig was well. The thing is, you know, Diana Rigg and Patrick McNee had such a huge chemistry together because I have read stuff over the years that as two people, two human beings and actors, they really enjoyed working
But
together. Like they had a
yeah.
real affection, and it shows on screen, right? When
Oh
they're
yeah,
playing
well
the
Patrick
character.
McNee even said, Patrick McNee even said, we don't need to sleep together. He said this once. He said we don't even. He and Diana knew how good their chemistry was that they
Right.
didn't even have to sleep together, and it was never inferred when you watch the Avengers series with the two of them It was never inverted at all. And some people got the wrong idea, and I was like, no, they never did it. They
Well,
never
some
did.
of the some
They
fans.
understood. Well, yeah, they understood their friendship was more than platonic, obviously,
Well, the
but it
thing
was
was
the
too.
respect.
Emma
Yeah,
Peel
respect.
was a married woman, and her husband
Yes,
was lost in the Amazon jungle, presumed dead during the series, right?
yeah, absolutely, right.
And then in the
Until she
last episode with
found
Emma,
him,
he
right?
was found alive. And the great thing is, she, leaves Steed, and it's a beautiful final scene. And she walks out and gets in the car with her hubby, and they drive off. And, she gazes back at Steed, and I think he's looking out the window with a longing, look like, oh, I'm going to
Yeah,
miss you
with a
so
longing,
much.
like you knew.
Beautiful.
Yes,
So beautiful.
but it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Yeah, it's a great.
Yeah,
It's a great parting scene. I've seen the episode. It's a great parting scene, and it
it
just
is.
tells you that their relationship, uh, even though it was short lived, it was lasting, and their memories of one another will never change. Their friendship
Mhm.
will be forever, it'll always be there. And the best part was she was able to get her husband back. I was so happy for her when
I thought
they
it was
found
a
him
very
alive.
sweet. I thought it was a very sweet wrap up to the Emma episodes after 50 episodes. So, Mikey.
I think so. And then it kind of went downhill.
Oh well, they brought Linda Thorson in, who is a Canadian, by the way, and I didn't hate Linda Thorson like a lot of the fans did, but for me, it wasn't Linda Thorson that was the main Well, she didn't have the charisma, Diana, not at all.
Yeah.
She didn't have the charisma with Steed. The problem was, though, it seemed like all of a sudden the writing just took a nosedive, and even though there were a handful of really excellent episodes in the Linda Thorson season, it was like I just don't know why I'm watching this anymore because it got so silly. There were a
It
lot of really
did.
stupid episodes,
Yeah,
to
it
be
did.
honest. Yeah,
And did you say right that Lumley came after Thorson because they tried to salvage it?
Lumley was in a totally different series in the '70s. They
The
tried to
newer one.
reboot. They tried to
Yeah, they did a
reboot it.
reboot. Right, new
It was
series.
it
Right,
was it was called the New Avengers,
New Avengers. Right. Okay, that's the one
and
I
it
was
was it was
remembering.
syndicated. Part of it was filmed actually in Ontario, Canada, Mikey,
Yeah, I
and
heard that.
they brought in of course they had to have Steed back, but they brought in two sidekicks, Joanna Lumley as Purdy, and they brought in I can't remember the actor's name, but they brought another guy in as Gareth Hunt. So
Yeah,
you had the two sidekicks. You had to have the two youngsters basically because Steve was getting
yeah.
too long in the tooth for any fans to watch him, even though I didn't care. I
I
I
didn't
loved seeing
care.
Steve,
I loved
but
him.
it was like
He's great.
it was okay. It had its moments. Like it had some really good episodes, but having a triumvirate, a three-way, you know team instead of a two-way team did change the dynamic to a certain degree,
And
and I think it
and
actually I think it hurt the show really.
yeah, and you could see that Gareth was actually trying to get to Purdy, right? You could see that.
Yeah, I
Like
guess.
even after the first episode that all three of them did together, you could
I guess.
actually see that Gareth had a certain admiration for Purdy. And
Yeah,
since he said to Steve, he says, "Well, you know, if you don't want to get to know her better, I will."
yeah. I think that was a big mistake. It's like
Yeah, I
let's
agree.
concentrate on the action and adventure, and if Gareth wants to get in Purdy's pants, let's just put that to the sideline, right? Because we really didn't care about that. Of course, Purdy was cute and everything. And I liked her too, but that's not why I'm watching the damn show. I'm watching the show for the adventure and the fun, right?
Well, yeah. Well, Lumley, right? Later, she did Ab Fab. She did Absolutely Fabulous.
Oh, she was
Or
great in
was
that
that
show.
before? Yeah.
Oh my
Or was
god,
that
that show
before?
that
Yeah.
show so that that's one of the craziest comedies I've ever seen. It's
Oh,
hilarious.
ridiculous. I know.
It's so weird, but she was absolutely
Oh,
great. And I can't remember the co-star. I know the actress's name. I should know it, but she had done previous comedy shows that I cannot for the life of me remember right now. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
can. Yeah, I can find
yeah,
that.
Fabulous was pretty fabulous, to be honest. It was very entertaining.
Yeah,
It was
that
nuts
had
though, that show.
right. It had let's see,
I just can't
Helen.
place her.
Yeah, Harriet Thorpe. Let's see here.
Yeah, the other major characters
Okay,
and
Jennifer
another
Saunders. Jennifer Saunders
Jennifer
was
Saunders. That's
Edina
the woman.
Monsoon, and Patsy Stone was played by Joanna Lumley. Saffron was played by Julia Sawalha.
Saffron was the suffering daughter. She was like the only
Yes,
sensible one in the household, and she tried to talk sense to them with
right.
absolutely no luck at
And
all.
Mother was played by June Whitfield. She's gone now. Rest in peace.
Okay.
Jane Horrocks was Bubble. Uh, Helen Lederer was Catriona. Harriet Thorpe, and then Mo Gaffney. I remember Mo Gaffney. She was in some action movie or something
So
before
you
just
mentioned
after Abfab.
was it Jennifer Saunders that was the co-star in the show?
Yes, Jennifer Saunders was Edina Monsoon.
Jennifer Saunders was actually a well-known comic actor in Britain before then because there was
Yes.
another woman she did a comedy series before that. It was Saunders and something. I can't remember who the other woman's name was, but it was
Yeah.
actually a very popular show before Absolutely Fabulous even began. So,
Yeah, you and I, PvP, have seen some great British comedy shows and stuff over the
right.
years. Daniel, have you ever had a chance to watch any of those older comedies? Monty Python, any of those?
I saw a little bit of it.
What'd you think?
Yeah, it was nice.
Was it funny?
Yeah, it was.
A lot funnier than like some American comedy, would you say?
Yeah.
Cool.
No,
Yeah.
British. I discovered British sitcoms in the 80s. My friends and I were probably in our early 20s at that time, and it was it was the the god of PBS in Seattle started showing all these wonderful Britcoms, right? They were
Yeah.
showing like Monty Python, Faulty Towers, all this great stuff, right?
Yeah.
And then they started showing The Prisoner with Patrick McGowan. And I
Yeah.
tell you, when I discovered The Prisoner one evening when I just turned the channel, and the episode was halfway over, right? So I didn't even
Yeah.
know what the hell was going on, but it was in the control room, with the guys on the chairs where they're going up and down, raising up and down,
Yeah.
scanning everybody,
Right.
and I was
Yeah.
like, oh my god, this is so damn cool! I have to watch
Yeah.
this. And
Yeah.
so I watched
I
the rest
used to
of it.
watch. Right.
Oh, it's
I'd
such a
watch.
good show.
Yeah. Well, Jill does UFO, and I loved UFO Striker. Yeah.
UFO's great.
I
Yeah.
love that growing up because Jerry Anderson's genius. He did Thunderbirds. He did Space 1999. I was like, Martin Landau and Barbara Bach. And I was like, are you serious? That is awesome. I love
I
that
actually
series.
watched UFO
Oh,
on its
man.
initial run in Canada. It would be on, I think, every Saturday afternoon, and I'd go over to my buddy's place because he had a TV in his room, and we'd like sit down on the floor in front of the TV and we'd totally geek out to the latest UFO episode because
Oh,
he
of
was a total
course.
geek like I was, right?
No, I love Space 1999 a lot. And I said I thought some of their ships were much better, like, designed than what Star Wars crafts put out, or Star Trek crafts. I loved spaceship Moon Base Alpha. I love their craft. I love their buggies, the Doom buggies, and all the stuff they were using. And oh my gosh, just I was geeking myself because I was like, wow. I said, if NASA on Earth was really this advanced and technologically suitable, they would put out stuff like this. They'd already be flying stuff like this, you know,
Oh
which
yeah,
was a shame. I love that stuff.
I remember the moon landing was what 1969 in July or something.
Yeah, was 1969, July
Yeah.
1969. Yeah.
I remember that night when they landed on the moon, and my
Uh-huh.
mom worked at a local grocery chain, actually Safeway. She was a cashier, and she worked at Safeway. And every night, my dad would go to pick her up after her shift ended. Right, so it's probably like I don't know 9 o'clock at night or something. And we're
Right.
driving in the pickup truck, and he's got the radio on to hear the news, of course. And the news comes on, and the announcer is like, "Tonight is the first night when human beings have landed on another planet or what." Something really dramatic, right? And I'm like, oh my god. And I'm looking out the truck window, right up at like I think it, I remember as being a full moon. I can't remember if it was, but I'm looking up at the moon in the sky. It's glowing, this orb, right? And I'm thinking, oh my god, there's a couple of dudes up there on the moon right now. I'm like, oh my god, my life just changed forever, you know?
Yeah, my TV was set. We were watching ABC News. I know it because of the grainy. I remember watching Walter Cronkite. You know, uh, or
Cronkite
was
was
it
awesome.
CBS? CBS, I think. Yeah. Anyway,
I love
he's on
Cronkite.
CBS. Yeah, I don't remember him doing ABC. Sorry, I stand corrected. CBS. But anyway,
Yeah.
so he's on the TV. He's on the tube. It's in black and white. We're watching it in my parents' townhouse. Phil was only 2 years old. I was four, and we're kind of watching it, and I'm kind of fascinated. I'm starting to touch the screen. My mom says, "Back up, Mike. Back up, Michael. Don't touch the screen." I said, "Okay." So I backed up, and I swear, and then I saw the first shots where Neil Armstrong's going down the ladder, and you say one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, and I'm like, oh my god. I said, this man's on the moon. I'm thinking that to myself. I'm like, this is cool. And
It was an incredible night if you were
Tonks,
alive then to see it.
okay, so
Unfortunately, I missed the TV
jibber jabber
broadcast,
in the
but
background. You can hear his voice, and I thought, well,
I did miss the TV broadcast unfortunately that night, but I saw it
yeah.
years later, of course, like everybody else does. But it was like it was it
I'm sorry.
was
Give me a moment.
it's hard to put into words how emotional that night was, right, Mikey? It's really hard to put it into words
It
if
A
was
you
lot
very
weren't
of people
emotional.
say
alive.
that the moon landing was a hoax.
Oh, it wasn't.
Yeah, I've heard that too, Daniel.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I've heard it's
BS.
a hoax. I've heard that.
Like
Believe
they
me,
filmed it on a sound stage.
in Santa
People
Barbara,
say
California,
Stanley Kubrick.
and it was done
Stanley
by
Kubrick.
Stanley Kubrick. Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
think that's
Kubrick
bullshit, though.
actually drops hints. Well, and Kubrick, supposedly, if this is true, because they still can't figure it out if it's true or not, Daniel, but we have heard it. Um, if you watch the movie The Shining, there's a lot of clues which point to that, saying that Kubrick did film the moon landing, that it was fake.
I think
So
Kubrick. I think Kubrick just liked to mess with people's minds. To be honest, Mikey,
I
he
think
was
so
that kind of
too.
director.
Well, yeah, but now to be fair, he did do a great job of 2001: Space Odyssey. It's
That's
actually one
true.
of my top three sci-fi films of all time, next to Star Wars and E.T. The extraterrestrial.
The
That
the thing
Spielberg did a
is,
great job with. So
my question is, I remember seeing the Saturn V launching off the launch pad, and that was one hell of a ship, right? That was a heavy duty, bloody machine
oh
launching,
yeah, yeah,
into the atmosphere and
the Saturn,
going
yeah, the
beyond.
Saturn rocket, right? Yeah.
Do you honestly think that they spend millions of dollars launching a Saturn rocket if they're going to fake something?
Well,
I don't think so.
what I have a difficulty with is if you're going to launch something that expensive, and I'm watching it, right? I mean, everybody watched the launch,
Oh, the
so we know
Saturn
that's an
V was
actual.
amazing.
Yeah, no, that's an actual rocket that's launching from that pad, Daniel. That's
You
something
got it.
you can't deny that, okay? But now, how would they have the technology back then? I'm just questioning it because it's like late '60s. We're not late '69. We're not even going into the '70s yet, and it's like 8 years before even Star Wars was going to start. And how would Kubrick? Not to say he's not a genius, he is, but he was back then. But how is he going to be able to splice not only actual footage, which was going on at that exact moment on July, was it the day before, right? They reached the moon, so
Yeah, I can't remember
July
the
19th
exact
or
date, but
20th,
I
but
know it was
close enough.
July '69 at some point. Yeah.
Yeah, it was July 19th or 20th, I think it was. They had the launch, so and they landed supposedly on July 21st. I think it was 1969.
It does
So
take a
they
few days to get to the moon, actually.
it
Yeah.
takes a couple days, right? So I'm looking at it. I'm going, yes, that's an actual rocket that launched on time, and they were there, and I saw that. And then I'm trying to think, okay, now editing was possible. You could edit scenes from one thing and put it into another thing if you're filming it on a soundstage. Yes, that technology was still able to be implied if you pulled that off, but I just don't see it. And until somebody can prove to me, and I mean, I've looked at all the footage, Daniel, as I know you have. I looked at everything that says, well, wait, there's a light up there in the corner. It looks like a spotlight. It could stand in for a star, but no, it looks like it's part of a soundstage, a backdrop. You know, there was barely any stars in some of the pictures they took, but I understood why they couldn't really take pictures of stars because of the lighting. And if you are on the surface of the planet of the moon, it would be difficult at best if you could get any uh, decent pictures, much less anything on video, which, video was very crude at the time. Uh, I just, yeah, I have a difficulty with it. I, I just say this much: if it was faked, it was faked really well. But if it was real, it was definitely a moment in time that people who saw it, just like when you had the 9/11 attacks, which some people also say was faked.
Yeah, which is bullshit. That pisses me
Yeah,
off when people say
which
the
is
crap
crap
like that.
because that's not true.
Hey, I
Yeah, because
remember
I
9/11.
lost a friend in that.
I,
I
I
lost a friend in
remember
there.
I remember
Yeah.
putting the newscasts on. I flipped through the channels during that day. It was horrific because I remember the hundreds of bodies falling out of those towers, basically committing suicide so they didn't burn to
A
death.
woman a
I'll
woman
never
jumped for
forget
her
that.
death.
It was so
Yeah,
horrific. It was so
yeah,
horrific, Mikey.
yeah,
I could, if I think about that, I'll probably still have nightmares 22
yeah.
years later or whatever. It was horrible.
Well, yeah, and the fact that it happened, I know exactly where I was when it happened at the time. It was only my second day. It was on a Tuesday. It was only my second day that I was training to be a data entry clerk to help sell medicine over the phone for
Yeah.
a company called Advanced PCS, and this
Mm,
was in Scottsdale, Arizona. And all of a sudden, somebody said something's happening at the Twin Towers in New
man,
York.
was it ever?
And yeah, and they brought the television. I mean, they literally just brought a whole big television into our training room, into our classroom, and we're watching this. And three girls that were also training with me in the class, one of them went into hysterics when the first tower collapsed because she knew someone in that tower, and she
Oh,
ran out and freaked out, was screaming.
I
The
just
other two, the
can't
other
believe
two just collapsed on the floor. They
I
they
can't believe
fainted. Yeah,
the horror of that day. Like, just think, Mikey. You wake up in the morning, you have your cup of coffee, you eat your oatmeal, whatever. You kiss your wife goodbye. You think you're
yeah,
going to get home that night and have a nice, safe life, right?
yeah,
So you go up to your office on what, the 60th floor or whatever the hell it is,
something like that. Yeah,
and you're sitting at your desk, doing your boring job, and all of a sudden a fucking plane flies through the window and kills you. And
yeah,
even if that didn't happen, if it didn't kill you, it would be like there'd be like 100 people above you that would have to try and escape before they burn to death, right?
Right.
So it's like,
I legitimately,
Jesus.
yeah. I mean, I legitimately believe Sting. Okay, the singer from the Police. I
Hmm.
seriously, definitely believed him when he said that Kenny Kirkland, who he worked with when Sting left the Police and went solo, his
Okay.
keyboardist for Christ's sake, is in one of the buildings. He knew where he was that day,
Oh shit.
and they were going to do a concert. He was trying to get a hold of
Oh
get a hold of
damn.
them. Next thing he finds out that he died among all the other, 3,000 plus people that
That's
died in the
horrible.
buildings. And that very night, Sting was in his villa over in outside of Rome, in Tuscany, saying, "Should we do this video?" He says, "Should we do this concert?" And Sting just came right out and said, "Look, we should do this for Kenny, but not just for Kenny. We should do it for all the people that passed away in this thing." And
Yeah.
so Sting buckled up and held his emotions back. He did the concert that night. I watched it. I watched the whole thing,
Oh, that's
and
cool.
he did his concert that night, free to everybody. It was on PBS, but it was free to the public. Everybody could watch it. It was available on all streams, whatever they
It's
had available at
as
the
it
time,
should have been under the circumstances.
under the circumstances. And he even did he
Well,
redid his song "Fragile" and actually added in the decimation and the damages and the tragedy of the deaths into that song "Fragile." Every time I hear it now, it makes me bawl my eyes out. It's
Fragile is a
sincere.
beautiful song.
It's sincere. It's emotional. I mean, Daniel. I don't know if you hear the song itself, but listen to "Fragile," and you hear him play it by himself, Sting, with his guitar acoustically. It'll make you bawl your eyes out. It'll make you sad. I mean, really
Yeah,
sad. 'Cause
I
it's
I
from the heart.
really
Yeah.
I really like Sting's early albums, like the first three or four. I thought were really
Oh,
good.
I love Turtles. I mean, are you kidding?
Some of
I
his later.
started buying all of his stuff. Then I told you I went to 9 of his concerts by,
No,
where he had an opening act and then himself. And I
cool.
mean, if that's not dedication by a fan, I don't know what else is. Plus I
You
went to their 2 concerts. I went to their Synchronicity concert in 1983, and then I
crap.
went to their reunion concert in 2007.
I saw
And
the
it,
reunion.
yeah,
I saw the first reunion concert in Vancouver back then,
yes,
and
yes.
they were incredible.
Oh,
Yeah,
did
I
his
went
son
with
from
my cousin,
Francis?
and they were
Yeah.
great that night. Just great.
Oh no, I was going to ask you, did his son, his own trio band was Fiction Plain? Did they open for his dad, Joe Sumner?
I
Did it?
I actually don't remember any opening act at all. It's like
Oh,
my
okay.
cousin got there, and it just seemed like the police came on stage and just played their butts off for like 2 hours. So I don't think there
And
was a backup band in Vancouver, actually.
PvP and Daniel? Oh yeah, Trusty 8, right? Yeah, Trusty 8,
Huh?
Kevin.
What?
Hey, Trusty, how are you? Good to see you, man. Oh, Trusty 8. He's a he's another of our friend apes, but he's cool.
You know,
Hey, Trusty. Yeah,
I've
we're just
got,
talking
I've
about the
got to
police
mention.
reunion tour.
I gotta say though, when an old band this hasn't been a band for years and years decides it's like, oh,
Yeah.
the hell with it, let's get back together and do a reunion tour. I'm totally
Yes.
in favor of that. If they still have the chops, musically to pull it off, which the police did that night.
Oh, they
It's like,
did.
damn, it's like, thank you guys for giving a little bit extra back to us fan base because I
I,
never had the chance to see them during their original career,
yeah.
in the
I
70s and 80s, right?
yeah. I have to say, like, when I saw them in Phoenix, I think I paid. Um. Oh, let me see. How much was it? I think I
Concerts were
paid
probably a
about a
lot.
hundred. The concert was expensive. It because it
Was
had
it?
2 acts. Yeah,
Ooh,
it was close to about $150. I think it was.
ouch.
But I was in a yeah. but I was in a good place. I mean, I was close to the stage, and I wanted to be there. I wanted to be
Oh,
close to the stage and everything.
that was
So
the difference then.
I was in a higher. Yeah.
I was up on like the high side, but still close enough on the stage to see them quite well.
Yes.
But I think the
Yeah.
tickets
But
were maybe like $80 or something I paid. So
yeah, they were pretty expensive for us down there in Phoenix, but it was worth it. I really enjoyed seeing
oh,
them
I
again.
loved it. Yeah,
And his son, Joe Sumner, because you remember his original name was Gordon Sumner, but
yeah,
Joe
yeah.
Sumner, his child from his first marriage when he was married to Frances Tomelty, um, Joe formed his own band, and he actually asked permission of his father, Sting, if he could, and he said, "Of course, go ahead and form your own band." So he formed a band called Fiction Plane, and I swear to God, Joe sang so much like his dad, it was almost
We missed
I
all.
you know,
We we missed all of that
oh,
pretty much, Mikey.
oh no, oh,
We did. Your mic was
oh,
gone.
I'm sorry. Oh, I was just saying that Fiction Plane was a great trio band that Gordon's son Joe started, and they opened for his dad. That was one of the times during the tour that they could, and they were able to. And I just remember the concert being so wonderful, and Joe sang so much like his dad that was almost like listening to twins singing. It was so
Interesting.
good. Yeah, it was
Wow.
awesome. And oh, by the way, you remember the guy that plays with one hand, Rick Allen from Def Leppard?
Yeah, he lost his arm in a car accident, right?
Yeah, right.
I
Now,
always thought that was like I used to play drums like 40 years ago when I was in my late teens, early 20s. My
yeah,
cousin and I had a basement band, and the two of us would like just jam out every weekend, which was great fun. I actually got those damn tapes. I don't know if they're even playable anymore, but I should digitize them and upload them here because we made the craziest, awesome songs. Like we made a lot of really good songs actually because we just
yeah,
make it up off the top of our head jamming, right?
right.
And we probably made like 50 or 60 really cool songs. Um, but yeah, it's like
But
anyway,
yeah,
I've lost my train of thought. So
oh,
continue,
that's okay,
continue.
BBP.
I'm
No,
getting
but what I was
tired, I
going to,
guess.
yeah, that's okay. I'm going to get ready to shut down here in a few minutes. But
Oh,
what I was going to try to say is that Stuart Copeland, the drummer, uh, actually had a brand new drum set he had pieced together at the
mm,
beginning or about the middle of the tour. So when he got to Phoenix, he still had this brand new set that he was still using. And he said, "You know where I got the idea for all this stringed up percussion and everything? Rick Allen." He said, "The guy from Def Leppard." He said this during the concert. He says, "Rick Allen, he set up most of what I got here set up for this concert for drumming and everything, all the parts, all the pieces. He helped them out." I said, "Wow." I was like, that's tribute right there, because Stewart is considered a genius drummer, and he can, he's also a composer for movie soundtracks, and he's just so amazing. And for him to give tribute to a one-armed drummer from Def Leppard, who had to modify his drum set to accommodate him when he go on tour with Def Leppard, I mean, that says a lot. It really does.
I never heard that story, but that's very, very cool because
Yeah,
I was always impressed that what's the Def Leppard drummer's name? Oh God, I'm fading here.
Rick
Rick,
Allen.
Rick Allen. Okay.
Yeah,
I was always totally impressed that Rick Allen could suffer such a major trauma of having them to have his arm removed after that horrible car crash.
oh yeah,
And instead of just folding and retiring, he was like, "Nope, screw that idea. I'm going to keep playing the drums and I'm going to modify them so I can actually be a great drummer with one hand." and
Yeah.
he was like it
Oh
worked. Like
yeah.
you'd never know the man had one arm
I
playing
know.
on those albums,
Unless you
right?
look right. If you look at, well, here's a good example. If you look at a couple of concerts that Def Leppard did live, I'm gonna say maybe about 10 years ago, maybe around 2013 or so. But there's a couple live concerts I actually, one or two I think not the concert, but just like a song or two, from the concert they did, and I downloaded it. But yeah, if you look at him and he's playing the drums, you don't even know. I mean, you can't really tell that he doesn't have a second arm. You can't see it, but
Well,
he's
that's
got all
the
these.
thing.
Yeah, but he's got all of these. What it is he's got all this electronics, and these electronics are attuned to his movement, to his one arm, to his movements. So when he's got the drumming of his arm there and the beats and everything, he's got electronic rhythm and beats already plugged into his other drums, into the hi hat, into the cymbals and everything. And all he has to do is just tap his feet, use his feet to move those electronic uh, drum parts, and they'll all go in rhythm, like with the song. He made each of these like um, what was that one song they did? Fooling. It goes fooling.
Fooling. Is
That
that the
one.
one?
Yes. And yes, and his drumming is amazing on that song. And that's when he had two arms. So when
He
he
is a
did this
he's a
live,
great
yeah,
drummer
just
for
amazing.
sure.
Yeah, yeah, he's great. Daniel, you ever I know you're a young man, but um did you ever say what was your favorite group growing up or who you
No,
followed?
I don't think so.
Well, who'd you like when you grew up? When you were listening to music?
I like I used to listen to like I don't know. I used to listen to some Britney Spears. I listened to what do you call that guy who sung for? Oh yeah, Seal. You know Seal.
Oh yeah, Seal.
I like Seal. I like Kiss from a Rose that he sung for
Great song.
Batman
Yeah,
Forever.
yeah. That's a fantastic song. I
I
love
would
that song.
always when I listen to that song, I would always imagine myself with Dr. Chase Meridian just kissing in the moonlight.
Yeah. Yes. I agree with you in Batman Forever. Yeah. You know what? I told you guys I think though maybe uh it was a while ago, but I told you I did meet Macy Gray and at a small concert that a friend of mine for a radio station was doing, and they let me come by and I was able to watch her perform, and I shook her hand. I said, Macy, you're cool, thank you. And she says, oh, you're welcome. And I said, my name's Mikey. She says, oh, Mikey, okay, cool, thank you. I'm glad you loved the concert. Yes, I did, Miss Gray. He says, don't call me Macy. So I was like, okay, cool. But Macy Gray was very cool. And she knew Seal. She knew Seal. And yeah, I think she had a similar uh, singing style, not just to him, but if you remember Tracy Chapman, yeah,
Oh,
Macy and Tracy knew each other too. So
yeah, I
yeah,
remember Tracy Chapman back in what the 80s.
yeah, you drive a fast car.
Fast Car,
I
yeah,
gotta
that
to
was a
get you
great tune.
anywhere. Yeah,
That
exactly.
one got a lot of airplay too. I remember that song on the radio a lot back in those days.
Oh yeah, and Macy Gray was also in the first Spider-Man. You saw her, remember? She was there performing.
I haven't seen it in some time, so my memory escapes
That's
me.
that's the first one with Tobey Maguire. But yeah, if you
I
watch she's performing down there.
I like the early Spider-Man films. I thought they were a lot of fun, actually.
Actually, they're really good. And when they brought, remember in the Spider Verse, Daniel, when they brought back Maguire and Andrew
Yeah,
Garfield
yeah, and
and
No Way Home.
and Tom Holland, yeah, in No Way Home with Doctor
And
Strange,
yeah,
but and
I didn't
Cumberbatch.
like Andrew Garfield first when I first saw him in 2012 because I was like, oh, they just deleted Tobey Maguire's universe and replaced it with Andrew Garfield, and I didn't
That's
like it.
right.
But now that I know it's a part of a multiverse and they all coexist, I
Yes.
think I like it a little bit more.
Oh yeah. Well, you definitely had appreciation for it more when you saw the three of them together. Uh, and you know what? I liked what was oh yeah Emma Stone who played Gwen Stacy. Yeah, she did a good job. I liked Emma. My one of my nieces went to Dream Stages in Phoenix or in Scottsdale. There, Dream Stages Theater. Grew up with watching Emma, and Emma was a big deal back then. You know, she was in local theater and stuff, and my niece Kayla was there and saw her. Uh, she did say that Emma's changed a little bit. Yeah, she appreciated when she was, you know, home and grown there, homegrown there in Arizona, but she has changed a lot. So yeah, but I thought she did a decent job as Gwen Stacy. We've seen the animated one too, Daniel, with the Miles Morales. We've actually seen the two of them now, two
I
of
saw the
those.
first one. I don't know if I want to see the second one. I just
The
nah.
second one's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we've seen them. They're all right. I don't mind them. I know they come from a different Earth entirely, but you know, multiverse. You know what I'm worried about? Not just the fact that Deadpool 3 is being kept on hiatus. I don't like that at all. The other thing that I really don't like is the fact that they're going to make more changes to this multiverse, and we may not like them, Daniel. We may not like them at all.
Well, I don't know. Like what I don't know what kind of changes they could do.
Well, they could cross. Well, okay. When is the Secret Wars or the Avengers? Is that supposed to come out in 2025? Is that
No,
the
I think
plan?
I think it's supposed to be 2027
Okay, now 2027. Okay.
or now like actually now it's probably even further because of the writer's
Oh,
strike.
right, because of the writers' league. Right. Yeah. So Avengers was hinting that Feige was going to cross over the DC with them, but huh, that's wow.
No,
Okay.
I don't think they're ever going to do a DC Marvel crossover. I think the Secret Wars is just going to be between its own multiverse.
Oh, it's in its own. Oh, okay, its own crossverse. Um, yeah, that was the other thing I wanted to ask you, Daniel. Do you know when this Captain America New World Order movie is supposed to come out?
It's supposed to come out next year. It's already done, so yeah, it's going to be one of the things that comes out next year.
Next year, yeah. And it has Harrison Ford in it.
Yeah,
Oh my god. What is he gonna play?
the General
The man's
Ross.
old. Oh, General Ross? Oh wait, now wait, was that uh darn it. Who was the actor that played General Ross in
William
the
Hurt.
Hulk? The Hulk that had Bana in it. Eric Bana.
Oh no, that one was Sam Elliott.
That was Sam Elliott. Okay. So it's not gonna show him.
No, sadly they could have gotten Sam Elliott, but they didn't.
Who are they gonna do I mean, but who was it then after Bana, right? You had Edward Norton.
Yeah, Edward Norton.
And who was General Ross in that one?
It was the guy who played the father in Lost in Space, William Hurt, who is no
William
longer
Hurt.
with us.
Hurt. Sorry, yeah, William Hurt. He was the related to John Hurt, right? Yeah.
Or John, I don't know. No, yeah, I don't know. It was it William Hurt or John Hurt. I'm not really sure. I don't
It
know.
was William. It was William Hurt, but I think John Hurt was relation. I think. I don't know for sure. I don't know if they were related or not. They had the same last name, but now that you told me, yeah, William Hurt was the one that was in the Big Chill, long time ago. Yeah,
Yeah,
and then he did Ross with uh, Edward Norton. Was it Norton's Hulk, right, that came out before Bana's, and then we
no,
ended up.
it came after Banner.
It did
Banner
come
was in
after.
2003. Banner was in
Right.
2003.
Okay.
Norton was
Awesome.
in
Okay.
2008.
Right. So it was Bana. Then it was Norton, and then we had Mark Ruffalo. Right.
Yeah,
That took over. Yeah, I still
which
miss
I
the old.
remember. I remember in
Yeah,
2008, like when they did they started the Marvel Cinematic Universe and how everything is supposed to be connected and that this is the first time it's ever happened. At the
yeah,
time, I was like, well, okay, they made Iron Man, and okay, Iron Man was their first hero in their cinematic universe, and then they did Hulk, which I was like, oh, cool, Iron Man and Hulk in the same universe, that's so cool, but then it was made by Universal, so I'm like, well, how can it be a shared universe if it's done by two different companies,
two
right?
different companies. Yep,
Yeah, so
exactly.
yeah, so I don't know how they managed to pull that off, but
Yeah, I don't. I still don't
see, what I'm
understand that.
thinking is, what I'm thinking is that the Incredible Hulk 2008 was like in its own Universal universe, and it was like a separate universe. But then later on, they brought William Hurt and the Incredible Hulk into the MCU, but those aren't exactly the same versions as the
Yeah,
ones from the Incredible Hulk 2008. They could have been variants from the MCU
yeah.
because rights issues and all that stuff. So
But I
yeah,
remember. But here's the thing. I remember the age of how both General Rosses, if you want to consider them in two different universes of Hulk, that I remember. You know, them. Elliot and Hurt being the way they looked as Ross. And now we're gonna see Harrison Ford play Ross. I'm like, oh my God, no, I'm worried, man. I am totally worried. Don't get me wrong, I think among the three of us, we all agree that Harrison Ford is an awesome actor. Uh, he does roles that would normally, most people would bypass, but he does those roles, and accepts them and does research. But I don't know. I'm worried, Daniel. I really am. I really am.
I do agree that Harrison is an excellent actor because I remember seeing him. I think the first time I saw him was it Scorsese? It was a film called oh shit, what was it called? The Conversation, which was basically a very great film with Gene Hackman in it, and Hackman played uh, basically an eavesdropper, an electronic eavesdropper that recorded people's conversations for money, and it was a very interesting screenplay. And I remember that Harrison had a tiny, tiny, minuscule role. He was probably in the movie for maybe 1 minute, but he was memorable, right?
Yeah.
He was very menacing in the scene he was in, and he was a totally memorable, actor in the scene he was in. And I thought, this guy's got something, right? You just get a gut feeling when you see a really good actor, even if he's only in a movie for like 1 minute. You go, this guy's going to do more. I have a feeling he's going to do a lot more. And of course, he
Well,
did, right?
yeah. Well, that's my first impression of Harrison Ford obviously was Star Wars. When I saw Star Wars and he plays Han Solo, I was like, that's freaking awesome. Like,
Right.
and then I realized, well, wait a second, he did a couple movies before that. He did American Graffiti,
That's a
which was
great film.
which is still a great film, and he had a very minor role in that, and he did
No,
well.
I wouldn't say minor. He was actually in quite a bit of the movie, Mikey. Um,
Oh, okay.
what
Well,
was his name?
all
John
I
Felfa or
remember,
something. He was like
yeah,
he was
well,
like
the
the
cowboy,
he was
yeah,
like the hood that drove around in a souped up, car, right? Very cool car.
yeah, oh yeah, in the souped up truck, right? Yeah, no, no,
I
no,
actually
yeah,
I
I know he
saw
was kind of, yeah.
I saw that movie at the theater when it came out back in 73 or whatever with my mom and my sister cuz my sister was a Bobby Soxer back in that era. So when
Okay,
we went to see it, she was like reliving her teenage years watching it. I'll never forget it. She loved it. She was like, "Yes, this
and
is so good." I
and
think
she
she
was
just bought it.
reliving. I
It
think she
must have
was
been
reliving her inner. She was reliving
inner
her inner
teenager.
Wolfgang Jack.
She
Wolfman
loved
Jack.
it because I think
Yeah,
it was so well done. I remember the music and everything. She just loved it because I'm sure that's pretty much the experience she'd actually lived through, a decade
Yeah,
earlier, right in the early '60s. And
right.
I'll never forget it. That was one of the most perfect, joyous days I ever spent with my dear departed sister. That we
Yeah,
just walked out of the theater and we were glowing with joy, basically.
right. Well, you said that when you saw him
Uh,
and he was only on screen for a few minutes. I remember, then I remembered my dad say, "Well, he was also in Apocalypse Now," and I said, "Oh, Dad, yeah, with Francis Ford Coppola."
he
And he says, "Yeah,
was
you have to check that out." Yeah, so I did. Willard, he played Willard, uh,
very
or
early
Captain
scenes.
Woodard, or something like that. Yeah, and he was only in for a few scenes, but
Yeah.
what? Yeah, but what Suzanne and I ended up buying was Apocalypse Now Redo, which has some extra minutes added to the film, and it
Okay.
brings and it brings Harrison Ford's, uh, Captain, more to life. More being able to tell more about what the mission is.
Oh, okay.
Extreme prejudice and everything.
So it adds a few
To
minutes
kill.
to him.
Yeah, it adds a few minutes to kill
Hmm,
Marlon Brando, and I'm like, wow, that's
interesting.
cool. Yeah, but I mean, um, my I have to say, other than Star Wars, I think my favorite moment is when he's on Air Force One and he's get off my plane.
Well, that's a good. He's playing the president of the U.S., right?
Yeah, and he's doing his own stunts.
That's a really fun film. I really enjoyed that film
Oh
when I
my,
watched it. It was a lot of fun.
yes, I loved it. And then,
It might have been a bit implausible, perhaps, to have the president being an action hero, so to speak, but it was a good time. I really like that film. Yeah, I agree with you, Mikey. That was a good one.
yeah, that was good. And I wanted to ask Daniel. Daniel, did you ever see Harrison in that one, based on that one novel, Finder's Game?
No,
That sci-fi movie,
no, I haven't.
Finders. Yeah, you have to find that one because it's a great. I think it's a great film. He plays an executive, and they are looking for young that can not only fly the ships that they have against this enemy, which is like really bad, a bad alien enemy that's really bad, but also can outthink them. They have like
Uh,
a mind thing on it, and let's see. I'll look it up here real quick. Yeah, it's not that one.
hmm.
Hold on, I'll find it here. Let's see. Yeah. Huh. That's interesting. Well, it was called Finder's Game, or okay. Let's see. Hold on just a sec. Uh, I am sorry about this. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see here.
Maybe just look up Harrison Ford's career and it might have his list of movies.
Yeah, I have it. I'm just looking. Uh oh wow. Okay. That's the one he's doing that we were just talking about, me and Daniel. They changed it to Captain America Brave New World. That's coming out in
Huh.
2024. That's next year. Uh hold on. Yeah, and then he's doing Thunderbolts, which is also a Marvel movie in 2024. He's actually
Huh.
doing excuse me, two of them. Ender's Game. Okay. Yeah, in 2013, he did a movie called Ender's Game, which is a nice sci-fi film about training young people to try to go after this so-called master alien race that wanted to take over the Earth and everything. And he played one of the executives in that Ender's Game. They called it Ender's Game. So I would definitely tell Daniel to check out Ender's Game. Definitely, it's a good film with Harrison Ford. Yeah, yeah. I looked up his career. Lots of films there, but yeah, it was called Ender's Game in 2013. It was good. I liked it. Uh, but that's weird. He's going to be doing two Marvel films next year. One of them with Captain America, and then one called Thunderbolts. Huh? Maybe that has Thor back in it. I don't know. Weird. Yeah, but Ford is awesome. Yeah, he's great. Uh well, it looks like we reached that time of the night. I know we went really fast. Seemed like it. We were just, we kept going, and yeah, it's 11 o'clock for you there, PvP. You should get some rest.
It's actually just after 10 here, but
Oh, 10 o'clock.
I am getting tired. Actually, I'm almost dozing off in my chair here. So
Okay.
yeah, I should
Well,
probably get
then,
to sleep soon.
yeah,
It's
PvP
actually
Daniel.
10:11 here on my clock on my
Right,
computer.
and I see it. Daniel and I, we share the same time frame, so yeah, it's like 1 o'clock in the morning, just after one,
Getting
about
late for you
one
guys.
11. Yeah, it's getting late.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
you're
saying.
3 hours. You guys are 3 hours ahead of me, right? So
Right, and we just went 4 hours here, so
Eastern time.
Eastern time. Yeah.
Yeah, I am kind of starting to
Okay.
nod off, to be honest. So yeah.
Okay. Well, the last two we had was "Hello, Trusty Ape." That's what Lemon Pie said, and Trusty came by and waved at us, said hello. So appreciate you coming by. We had Gorilla's Random Thoughts was here, and he came by to say hello. And I'm just going through real quickly. Yeah, we had Resolute Germ was here. So thank you, Resolute Germ, for coming by the stream. I appreciate it. We had Ultima Wolfgang. That was nice of Ultima Wolfgang to come by. Thank you. We also had briefly for one moment, we had Dadman Walking 55. He has some great travel videos. You guys should check out his channel with his Mrs. Dadman Walking 55. And let's see. We also had my wife was watching us, so thank you, Suzanne, for watching us tonight. Uh, we had Job, which was LDG. LDG was here, and we had Suzanne Eckstein. She was here, and Brad Wolf 07. It's good to see Brad Wolf 07. And of course, Professor Brady Specs was here briefly. And let's see, and one more, two more actually. There was Jim's Landscape LLC #1, Commodore Productions. He does some great puppy videos, some cool pet videos. He also is doing episodes of this Star Trek fan film on the Ferengi called Repair, and he's got 4 or 5 more episodes of that going. So, and then of course we had starting tonight we had Rex first came in, Wolf Pinky Scott, or sorry, Wolf Pinky Sat Serenity. Don't hack his channel. And he welcomed me and said congrats on 100 subscribers for our Mikey Sue's 4 channel. So yes, thank you Rex first for coming by. I appreciate that. And of course, I appreciate my 2 awesome co-hosts for this evening. Part of a cadre of brothers that we love and respect every one of their opinions on this channel. PvP over there in British Columbia, and my buddy Daniel's Hot Topics over there in here in Ontario province. So, gentlemen, I appreciate you very much. We honor you, and thank you for coming by for tonight. I appreciate that.
Oh, it was nice to be here. I actually kind of surprised
Yeah,
more folks didn't jump on into the panel actually, because I was thinking there might be a few more people, but I guess it's a
yeah.
Friday night, so you know.
Yeah, it's a Friday night, and that's why I'm to take a break because this month I got my birthdays coming up, and
Oh, really?
I
Cool.
want to plan some special things with Suzanne. So
Nice.
yeah, I'm going to take a couple weeks off until I get my. Uh, this will be the last one I do for a while, just for a couple weeks, and then I'll get
Okay, doke.
myself back, and
Cool.
But I'll be looking around your channels. Daniel,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
You're breaking
definitely
up
be
again,
looking for
Mikey.
you, and your friend
Yeah.
Steampunk to do a
We couldn't hear most of that actually, Mikey. You went silent.
I did
Mm.
for a minute. Sorry about that. Uh, yeah. So PvP, when's your? Tell us about your next stream that you're going to be working on.
Oh gosh, nothing planned. To be honest, I got so much to do this weekend. I'm glad it's a long weekend, and I'm actually kind of glad that Jill's on her away mission tomorrow and Sunday because she's got family stuff. I think she said she's away on a family reunion, which is kind of fun, I
Oh,
guess, for
good.
Jill. Yeah,
Yeah,
so that's all fun. So I'm just basically gonna concentrate on doing personal stuff I need to do around the apartment here because I've got a lot of stuff. I got like
and
envelopes piled up on the counter that I need to open and read.
and I was
I'm
gonna,
terrible.
yeah, and I was just, yeah, and I was just gonna ask you, my brother, when do you think you'll put out your first bunch of the list of music that you're putting together for us?
Oh, it's gonna be a while. It's probably gonna be a while.
Okay.
Right now things are kind of chaotic, to be quite honest, Mikey. It's like I'm kind of in a working from home for 2 weeks has been a lot of fun, but it's a transitional period because you're used to going to the office and then all of a sudden you're not. So it's like it does take a bit of an adjustment, even though I think I've done quite well.
Yeah.
But still, it's like it takes some time to get used to the new routine. So, and I got
Yeah.
a lot of other stuff I need to take care of, to be honest. So,
Well, that's fine. PvP.
yeah,
I always enjoy doing streams with you and stuff, and if we can get together another time, you, me, and Daniel, and whoever else,
I'm
one of
pretty
our
sure.
co-hosts. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we will whenever you get back on in a few weeks or whenever you
Yeah.
decide to do another stream. So, I just want
Well,
to
don't
mention
forget.
though. I
Yeah.
want to
Go ahead.
quickly mention. I mentioned the Dark Shadows and Beyond, the Jonathan Fritz story from
Yeah.
2021. I just want to say I did put it in the private chat and the public chat, and it's really a good documentary. It's not just about Fred himself; it's also about his career as a stage actor. Like there's maybe 5 minutes at the start about his early life when he was born and family stuff, right? His family was actually a very well respected family in Hamilton, Ontario, where his father was a major construction builder and built a lot of buildings. And they advocated for a lot of green space parks in the city at that time
Yeah.
back in the 20s. And then it moves on, to his early career as a Shakespearean stage actor. And then it gets about 24 minutes in, it shifts into the Dark Shadows, you know, part of his life that made him a superstar. And
Yes.
some of the stuff in that, the photographs of his personal appearances with thousands and thousands of young people tur- literally turning up to try and get his autograph. I feel sorry for him because there's no way he could ever sign that many autographs
Yeah.
in
It's
a
that's
day,
kind
right?
of hard. Yeah, that's kind of hard to do. Just to finish off here, Lemon Pie says Jill is going to a family reunion for which T-shirts were made. Sounds serious.
Uh oh.
Yeah, it does sound serious.
Power to Jill. I hope Jill
Power
has
to
an awesome
Jill.
weekend.
Yeah, she's awesome. Um, Daniel, have you spoken to Steampunk Star Raisin? Has he said when he wants to do another stream with you guys? And if so, could I join you guys and hang
I don't
out?
know. I really don't know. I mean, he's doing his own thing. Yeah, I'm not sure.
But you guys are still friends, right?
Yeah, we're still friends. Yeah, we made a. I gave you the last vid that we did. I gave it to you if you want to see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It's on his channel, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll check it out definitely. And I do want to check out PvP's sending of the Jonathan Fritz story. That sounds cool.
It's
Yeah, so
really
I'll
good.
definitely do that.
It's an hour and 41 minutes, so it's a fairly substantial
Oh yeah,
documentary.
I'm a vampire. I think Daniel and I are both vampires.
Well, the thing is,
We
the
stay
thing
up
is,
late. We're
the
late
thing,
people. We're kind of up late. Yeah, kind
the
of.
thing is, I discovered Dark Shadows back in the 80s because it does mention it in the documentary that it was a late 60s, early 70s show when it was on its original run. And then a lot of people forgot about it, right?
Yeah.
And then the New Jersey network in New Jersey, the PBS channel, started showing the reruns, and they ran the complete series, right? That's when I
Right.
discovered it because I was one of these crazy people back in the 80s, Mikey, that I have you ever heard of people that do tape trading back and forth?
Tape
You guys
trading.
probably have
Have you
no
ever
idea
heard
what
that,
I'm
Daniel?
talking
I
about, right?
no. I probably not. Yeah. No.
Anyway,
No. I haven't heard of tape trading. Go ahead.
there were actually magazines that you could subscribe to, and they'd be full of ads for people you could with their addresses, and you could actually and phone numbers, and you could actually contact them and say, hey, send me a list of what you got. And people would actually respond, and they send me lists of all the cool shows they had recorded on their VHS Betamax machines, right? As I was doing
Ah.
back in the 80s, because that was a big
Okay.
thing then. And so I probably made at least half a dozen really good friends back then where we'd be
Yeah.
constantly trading cool shows back and forth. Like I remember there was one guy in Seattle that was taping the Invaders sci-fi show for me, which I'd never seen. I was like, wow, this is such a great show. So I was trading tapes with all these people back and forth. And
Oh
I had
yeah. I
somebody.
remember the Invaders. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, great show. That's actually a show that would be fun to do. But anyway, I just wanted to mention I knew this one dude in New Jersey. He had access to the New Jersey Network PBS channel where they were showing complete uncut episodes of Dark Shadows every day, right? So I got him to start taping them for me, and he'd mail me the VHS tapes, right? That's how primitive this was back in the day. But we'd mail each other tapes back and forth. And that's when I discovered how great the show it was with Barnabas, right? Because he was taping a lot of great episodes for me. And that's how I discovered Dark Shadows. Like
Wow.
it was pretty
No,
weird actually
that's
when I think about
yeah,
it.
yeah, but that's a great story. I unfortunately I had taped a lot of things on VHS.
Right,
I mean a lot of different shows and different episodes of things. And
right.
unfortunately I had to sell them. I had to give them all away back in California when I drove through there on the way back here coming to Toronto.
When you moved, right? Yeah.
Yeah, when we had to move.
I
That
know.
was the hard part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
when I had to move too, I remember going to the recycling station and dumping off hundreds of videotapes because I just couldn't move them right.
Yeah. Now Lemon Pie
Broke
said
my heart, man.
yeah, yeah, now Lemon Pie said to you, and I think we'll go ahead and shut down after this. Lemon Pie said, if I knew where it was, I'd show up and place a lemon in front of her. Just kidding. I don't stalk. Oh, I'm sure, honey. Buddy. I'm sure that Jill would appreciate it. She'd love it. Thank you so much, Lemon
I
Pie, for your help tonight. Making copies of music on tape and trade. Yeah, we did
you
that.
betcha. That was a
And
big
Lemon
thing in
said,
the 80s.
oh yeah, he said when I was a kid, I'd tape a song off the radio onto a cassette tape. I did too, Lemon. I taped a lot of mixtapes. I did playlists.
Actually in the early 70s I used to have my crappy Radio Shack cassette deck and I'd record all the Star Trek episodes when they came on the TV, so I could
Yeah.
re-listen to the episode and just imagine it in my mind, right? It was great fun though, and it actually worked, right? Because I got
Oh
enough
yeah.
imagination. I can picture Spock and Kirk, doing all that
Oh
crazy
sure.
stuff, right?
Well, everyone, Daniel's Hot Topics. Thank you so much for being a co-host with me tonight. PvP, Pleasant Valley Picker, California. Look for his music list
It's
when it
actually
comes up on
Canada, but
YouTube. Yep,
everybody always
over
says
there in
I'm in
BC, Canada.
California. Damn,
I don't say California.
you
I knew
did
it
say
was Canada. You
California.
told me Kelowna. I said I knew that was
You
in
actually
BC.
did
Did
say
I?
California,
Oh my
but I
God.
forgive you. It's late at night, so you're okay,
Okay.
man.
Wait.
It's like
Okay.
1 in the morning
Beep
or
beep
whatever.
beep. Yeah.
It's all
Yeah.
good. It's all good.
PvP lives in Canada, in Kelowna, BC. My friend Daniel lives over there in our province, Ontario, in Bellwood. Bellwood, did I say that right? Okay. So we're part of this wonderful topic time series. You guys are amazing, and for the people who, like I said, gave me 100 subscribers, oh my gosh, you guys are absolutely fantastic. I am so happy that I was able to make that goal. And now that that's done, the rest is gravy. It really is. It's just awesome. It's just fun.
Yeah,
And
I was glad to hear you got 100 subs. That was pretty cool. Not in California, Lemon. Hate to disillusion you, dude, but
he says PvP. Yeah,
I'm just wondering, do you think Mikey's face reveal would get the same monetization as Jill's face reveal did? Are
yeah.
you with it? Yeah.
Lemon Pie says a face reveal of Mikey, and yes,
There you
well,
go.
you guys have seen me before. There I
Yep.
am. Here I am. Santa Claus. I told the Santa Claus.
You would make a good Santa
I
at the
remember
mall in
that. Santa
December, I
Claus.
gotta say.
Yeah,
Are you guys
yeah.
excited for
What's that, Daniel? What?
are you guys excited for the
What's Daniel?
Frasier reboot coming back? The Frasier's coming back.
Oh, I have no idea. I'd have to watch a few to actually get excited. Because a lot of the original cast
Well, what
probably
it
are
is,
not in it,
they
right?
yeah, they're not in it. Frasier, Kelsey Grammer, to most people who may not remember
So is it just
Frasier when he was in
Kelsey?
Seattle, but
Is
before that he was. Well, you remember? I'm sorry. Go ahead, PvP.
I'm just wondering, is it just Kelsey Grammer himself, like nobody else?
It's just Kelsey. Yeah. He was in Seattle.
Okay.
He had a great cast, David Hyde Pierce, all of
Yeah.
those guys. And now they're all gone, and all you've got is
Yeah.
Kelsey
I
Grammer.
gotta
And
say,
he's returning,
to
right.
be
And
honest,
he's
Daniel,
returning to Boston.
I'm
Yeah,
skeptical. I'm
yeah,
skeptical.
me too. But like I said, he's returned to Boston and leaving Seattle. And I'm like, why?
Mm,
And does he want to do a
yeah.
reunion with the Cheers people? Because Cheers stopped all those years ago, Daniel,
Yeah.
right?
Are
I
there any Cheers people left though? Like,
I don't know.
No, not
it's
really.
like so many of the
Ted Danson,
cast are
maybe.
too old or they're dead, right? Like,
What happened to
Yeah.
Norm?
Uh, that-
No, I'll check out if Norm is still
Norm,
alive.
George Wendt. I don't know if he's still alive.
Norm's probably like 70 or something by now.
Maybe. Yeah, he might be around. Yeah. So Lemon Pie says, I know. And then he says, Santa as a biker. Oh my God, Lemon. Uh, wow. I love that character, Frasier. Yes,
But you
I
know what I
do.
don't like is that
But yeah, I don't
he's
know what to
leaving
expect.
Seattle.
What do you think?
He's leaving Seattle and he's going back to Boston.
Yeah. I don't know what to expect. And you know what? PvP and Lemon and I are all in agreement, Daniel. We just don't know what to expect from it. And it could fail. I mean,
But
Chelsea, I
I
love
like
Chelsea.
No, I
Well,
like this. I like him in Seattle as a radio show therapist. I liked it. It was a nice, comfortable setting
Yeah,
in a nice
yeah,
town or a nice city. And
yeah,
now he's going back to
yeah,
Boston. They're doing this because they want to have Cheers crossovers.
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, and by
I
the way, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
My favorite problem is his father has been, the actor has been deceased for a number of years now, right? And
Yes,
to me, the
yeah,
best thing about the series when I watched Frasier back in the '90s was the way he, his father was like almost an adversary. They'd play off against one another, and his father as the ex cop, with the cane or whatever because he got shot in the hip or something.
yeah.
um, was a great character. Like I loved him. Like he was probably one of the best things of the show. And it's like, well, he's been dead for like 10 years or whatever. It's like, it's not going to be the same show. It's not going to be.
It definitely isn't. And I think, and I might be wrong, but I think that this uh, reboot of Frasier, bringing him back, it's part of the woke thing again. Because yesterday, before we saw The Meg 2, we also saw a trailer for Color Purple. And Oprah Winfrey brought Color Purple back because
Are
she
you
was in it
kidding?
herself. Yeah, she
Oh
brought it back,
God,
and it's all woke. It's all woke.
that's
It
horrible.
looks freaking horrible. It looks terrible. And no, I'm not racist by any means, but believe me, I will not watch it. Never, ever. And
So
I
we're
mean,
talking.
it's completely, yeah.
It's the color woke. Then, in other words,
It's the color woke. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
What is
Oh, you're awesome,
wrong with
Mikey. You
these?
also look like
What is
someone opposite
wrong
me in
with
a
these
bar brawl.
Hollywood people? Why do they
I
keep
don't
thinking
know.
that we want this crap shoved down our throats when we obviously do not? Because the theaters are empty, people are abandoning the online streaming services, by the thousands. Nobody wants
Yes.
to watch this garbage, and they keep churning it out and sticking it right in front of our noses. I'm like,
But
No,
how can
there.
you
no, no,
tell?
no, no, no.
How can
Yeah.
you tell when something is woke? I can't tell. It's all the
Well,
same. I mean, it's all
it's
entertainment to me.
okay. Well,
You can tell it's
here's
woke when all the female characters are perfect, and they're like Mary Sue's, and they can never make a mistake, and all the male characters are weak, wimpy, idiots. That's a
yeah,
big part of it.
and don't forget, Daniel. You probably grew up with the Little Mermaid, right? As a kid,
Yeah.
had animated. Okay, and it was a white girl. Well, redheaded, redheaded girl, and it was good. It was good as it was a decent animated cartoon. I did like the Little Mermaid. It was fine. But then you're going to sell the fact to me that an African American chick is going to play the Little Mermaid in a live action film, and that one of the worst actresses in the history of TV and film, Melissa McCarthy, is going to play the villainess in this thing?
Oh,
Oh
she did.
no. Yeah, she did. Oh no. No.
Well, it
No way.
makes sense. Like Ursula is fat, so they had to find a big fat actress, so they got Melissa
And that
McCarthy.
was Melissa McCarthy, big fat actress.
Melissa McCarthy is god awful. I can't stand that woman. I can't
Yeah,
watch anything she's in. I really can't.
yeah.
She's god awful.
No, she is god awful. And
But I know
Lemon
that.
Pie's right. I think Gorilla's rubbing off on me with these comments I'm making. Yeah. So absolutely. Yes. So Lilith is still acting. I see her in Blue Bloods. Yeah. Lilith is great. I love the actress.
Wait, Lilith from Frasier?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that
She's in
woman
Blue
was god
Bloods right
awful. I
now.
can't. She was a boring, depressing
Yeah.
person.
Yeah, she was. She was, well, she was okay years, but then when she went over to Frasier, yeah, I agree with you, Daniel. She wasn't so good. But you know what?
I feel so
Her
sorry.
special, yeah.
I feel so
But you know
sorry
what?
for like the little kid, because like this
Yeah,
this lady was just kind of always lording over him and stuff. And
But
I was like, oh, geez, I'm so sorry, kid.
yeah, well, you know what? The thing is, the actress, Megan Mullally, is that who it plays her Lilith? Shoot. No, I know I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Oh, yeah, right, Lemon. Sure, maybe. uh, let's see. Uh, dang it. Let Hold on just a second. I can find her real quick, and then we'll head out on this thing. Yeah, there we go. Okay,
I don't think so. I don't think the actress.
so yeah, BB Newworth. BB Newworth. That was her name. BB Newworth played Lilith in Cheers and Frasier. And BB,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
she does Broadway. Yeah, BB
I
does
remember her now.
Broadway. Yeah, and I think it's pretty good today. It
Yeah,
was
she
all right.
wasn't bad in the show. Actually, she wasn't in it very
No,
often, but
to be fair, I why they never asked her to come back, for this reboot of Frasier. Well, I don't understand that. If she's
I
still
have a
around.
feeling it has a lot to do with the actor himself. I think he's like,
It probably does.
I have such a big ego. I don't need any other of these losers. I'm not planning on
Right.
watching it though. I'll look at the reviews and it's like I'm expecting they'll be negative and it'll be a piece of crap and
Yeah.
I don't have
It'll
time
be
to waste
sad.
my time.
Yeah, and Lemon Pie says, "Back me up, PvP. She is good looking, right?"
Who are you talking about? Which actress?
Newworth that plays Lilith, that played
She
Lilith
was
Frazier.
she was not bad in a weird kind of way.
I've seen her in Broadway. Okay, well, maybe not live, but I mean, I've seen her on some video that she did a Broadway play or two, and she is
Uh
good.
huh.
She's a good Broadway actress, and I
I
think
think
she's
if
meant to do. BB Newworth is meant to do theater more than TV. I think she's
she
better
seemed
in
like
at doing
that kind of
Broadway.
actress, didn't she? Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
I will say to Lemon, if she kept her glasses on, I could probably go with her. I must admit I have a fetish for girls with glasses. For some reason, if I got an attractive woman, the pair of lenses on her, she's like, damn, she's like attractive.
That's right.
I don't
Lemon
know
Pie
why.
has. Yeah, that's right. Lemon Pie's been drinking wine tonight with his pizza. And he says maybe I'm just too lonely, horny, and buzzed. Yeah, maybe you are,
Well,
Lemon.
gosh, Lemon, I gotta say, join the club, my friend. I'm not too buzzed, but I'm getting there, and yeah, I am lonely and horny, to be honest.
Yeah, he says if she kept her glasses on, PvP, you dirty dog.
I am a
I'm
dirty dog.
surprised.
I admit it. I'm a lusty
I,
man. I can't deny it.
I'm surprised he didn't call you dirty eggnog dog. Maybe that would have worked too.
He missed a good opportunity there,
Oh,
Lemon.
you missed an opportunity there, Lemon.
You're slipping, Lemon. You're slipping, buddy.
You're slipping. Okay, let's
Oh, this
let's
is
go ahead.
fun.
Let's close it right here. Okay, it is getting late for all three of us, so we should get to bed right now and get some rest. But
Yeah, I should probably
like I
crash
said,
soon.
again, I've said all your names. I appreciate everyone coming into the chat and saying hello to us. Daniel's Hot Topics, my friend and brother. Thank you so much for being a co-host with me tonight. You too, my friend there in British Columbia, Mr. PvP, Pleasant Valley Picker.
Oh, you're welcome, Mikey.
We do miss you, Leah Liz. We miss you. We miss you, Jay. Uh, Gorilla, I wish you would come into my stream again because you're a bunch of laughs. I really enjoy you, my brother, and I know you were kidding before, so that's all good. I love my wife watching over us too. So Suzanne, I know you can hear me. I love you. You're the best in my life and my forever partner, and I love you so much. And of course, we miss my brother down there in Louisiana, Jay Aldridge. So I hope he's doing okay too. And Yeah. But yeah, thank you guys for coming by tonight. You've been amazing. Thank you so much for helping me out.
It
Thanks,
was
Lemon.
fun.
Thank you, Daniel, and thanks, PvP.
You're welcome.
And
You're
you
welcome,
guys, like
Lemon.
I said, yeah, I'm going to be taking a 2 week hiatus. So we'll do this again either a Thursday or Friday, whichever works for you, PvP.
Probably Fridays are better.
Fridays are better. Okay.
Yeah.
So we could do a stream. Actually, yeah, let me think. Yeah, we could
Like
do a quick.
on the 15th or something.
Yeah, on the 15th, we could do a stream a week before my birthday. Yeah, that'd
That
be
should
cool.
work. That should work for me if they want if you're into it. Yeah.
We could do it. What time are you thinking of? Anytime?
Pretty much. Well, I do tend to go on Jill's morning streams from like 10 a.m. Pacific to like maybe 2 because Jill
Uh
usually does do like around 3 or 4 hours.
Thank you,
So,
Lemon Pie. Yeah, she says thank you, Susie.
and then we got,
Yeah.
don't forget Mikey or Gorilla does his, Gorilla does his Walton streams around 5 o'clock. So if you wanted to go on like maybe at 7 o'clock on a Friday, that would probably be good.
7 o'clock your time, so like ten
Yeah,
p.m.
7 Pacific if that's not too late. But
No, that's not too late for me. Daniel, would it be too late for you, my friend?
What? What? To say again?
In 2 weeks, we're gonna plan in 2 weeks to do another stream on Friday, September 15th. It's a week before my birthday, before I turn 50.
Hmm.
So kind of like a pre-birthday celebration.
Oh, well, is there going to be one next week or not?
No, not next week. The following week on the
Oh,
15th.
yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah, is that cool?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome, awesome. All right, so we'll do another
Wait,
stream
on.
on.
Before we
Oh,
go,
before we go.
I has to make an. Come on,
Oh,
look at the
there's
damn thing.
Coco.
Mm.
Coco.
Hmm.
Coco's probably going, what are you humans doing? Oh, there I
Where do you
am.
want to go back? Oh,
Oh,
Coco's going,
there.
what the
Coco.
hell is going on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, stop
Oh, let me
squirming.
see. Here. Hi,
Oh, stop squirming. Come
Coco.
on.
Hi, Coco.
Mm.
I don't think
Oh.
Coco really cares
And
about
Lemon
what
Pie
we're
said hi.
talking about.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, no.
Thank you, Susie.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's
No.
just being herself. She's like, yeah. Well, that's Suzanne. Lemon Pie was saying thank you, Suzanne, and said hello to Coco. So hi, Coco.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh.
cutie baby. Yes, you are. All right. Well, I think with wonderful, beautiful Coco. Thank you, Daniel.
Mhm.
So with that, I'm going to go say thank you, everyone, for being in the chat tonight. Thank you, all 100 subscribers, for joining my channel. You guys will always enjoy it. We're going to have fun. We're going to do some future streams in a couple of weeks. We got one that'll come up on the 15th. Don't forget also that I'll still do my webcam reviews of Charlie's Angels. You guys can check that out on Monday nights at
Your microphone's breaking up again, Mikey.
Oh yeah. And Lemon says we
Yeah.
thank Mikey's wife. She shares them with us. Yes, she does. So she's awesome. Yes. Sorry about that, PvP.
No
About the
worries.
mic thing. But anyway, thank you everyone for coming by. Take care of each other, and God bless you all. I hope you guys have a wonderful couple weeks. And don't forget, I'll see you guys on Monday and Wednesday on my webcam streams for Charlie's Angels reviews episodes. We'll do twice a week, and then we'll do our next live stream here
Yeah, yeah.
on
Hold on.
September 15th. Yeah, on September 15th at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it'll be topic time number 7. And We'll have some fun. So take care, everyone. We love you.
Sounds good.
There's
Sounds good.
Suzanne.
Have a good night. Have a good night, guys.
Good
Nighty
night to you
night.
guys. All right. Thank you.
Um,
And hold on. Yeah.